Superintendent John Davidson, curator of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum. Chief Superintendent Davidson will brief you on Scotland Yard case number 604-MR-804.
Good afternoon. Here in the Black Museum at Scotland Yard, which is neither black nor is it a museum, are kept on file articles of various sorts which have in one way or another been connected with cases of criminal investigation that our people have worked on. Now, we keep these articles not for their morbid interest as weapons that have committed murder, nor because they've been merely involved in various crimes of violence, but as exemplars of methods and means of commission. What has puzzled us on some long-forgotten crime may one day be of assistance to us in solving another. Now, this is a typical example. Though you may not recognize it at once, I can tell you that it's what is left of the handle to a woman's purse, her handbag. It's made of a kind of plastic material similar to that of which artificial teeth are sometimes made. It survived an attempted destruction under most extraordinary conditions and was recognizable as the property of a particular person. Now, here is Superintendent George Freeman of the CID, who was in charge of the case in which it was involved, number 604-MR-804. George?
I should like to say first, John, that there are certain aspects of this case which I cannot bring myself to discuss in public.
I'm relieved to hear you say that, Superintendent.
There was considerable reference to these things in the sensational press at the time, but I propose to omit all mention of them. I shall confine myself, as far as possible, to how we at Scotland Yard discovered the murderer and assisted in bringing him to justice.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more, George.
There is, however, a happy ending to the story.
A happy ending?
Uh-huh. He was hanged. On an afternoon in 1949, Mrs. Minerva Bannerman, a well-to-do 68-year-old widow, walked out of the Kensington hotel in which she lived. She was never seen again. Woman Police Sergeant Elsie Rice was assigned to investigate. I was present when she made her report.
On inquiry at the hotel, I determined that the last person to have seen Mrs. Bannerman alive was a Mrs. Beatrice Miller, another resident of the hotel.
Did you speak to Mrs. Miller, Sergeant?
I interviewed her, yes, sir. Her conversation was as follows, according to her account. Mrs. Miller, are you going shopping? Mrs. Bannerman, no, I'm going down to Crawley with Mr. Hughes.
Who's Mr. Hughes, Sergeant?
He's a young businessman, an engineer, according to Mrs. Miller, who sometimes shares a table at the hotel dining room with Bannerman.
Have you interviewed this Hughes?
No, sir. He was not at the hotel, and there wasn't anyone who knew his business address. I left a message saying I'd call on him this evening at 8, sir.
Very well, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
I turned my attention to other matters of more pressing importance than a report on a missing woman. And Sergeant Rice reported to me the next morning.
I interviewed that Mr. Hughes last night, sir.
Hughes. Oh, yes, that missing woman.
Mrs. Minerva Bannerman, sir.
Uh-huh. Sit down, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir. He stated that he did not meet Mrs. Bannerman.
What's that?
He agreed that he did have an engagement with her, sir. He was to drive her to Crawley, where he had a small manufactory.
What for, did he say?
To look at some fingernails, sir.
Some what?
Some sort of plastic artificial fingernails he's invented, sir.
By any chance, was she going to invest money in this thing?
He said she was, sir.
Mm-hmm. But they didn't go there, you said?
That's what he said, sir.
When was this?
2 days ago, sir, on Wednesday.
I don't like that investing business, Sergeant. Artificial fingernails. It's absurd, isn't it?
No, sir.
Huh?
Some women wear them, sir. They come in different colors.
Are you serious?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But she didn't show up. Probably got suspicious. He's a suspicious-looking chap, Sergeant? Artificial fingernails.
I didn't like him, sir.
Woman's intuition.
No, sir. He's a little too smooth to suit me. Greasy. Greasy hair, greasy face, revolting little black moustache. Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I suspect the old girl got the same impression you had, Sergeant, and ran out, clutching her investing money to her ample bosom.
She was a small, active woman, sir.
You got her description?
Yes, sir. Wearing a black Persian lamb coat, dark burgundy dress.
A what dress?
Red, sir. Carrying a small handbag with a large plastic handle. Hair white, complexion ruddy, wore false teeth, both upper and lower plates. Jewelry, a gold bracelet, at least 4 rings, 2 of which were set with large diamonds. An old-fashioned watch with gold breastpin in a fleur-de-lis shape.
Oh. All right, Sergeant, I'll take your word for it.
Yes, sir.
I'm much more interested in this investment business. We'll find the old lady with such efficient people as you, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
But this fellow Hughes, where's his factory? Crawley, you said.
Crawley, yes, sir. Near Horsham, sir. Between here and Brighton.
Yep. Superintendent Freeman here. I want the police station at Horsham. Telephone's a great invention. I keep thinking of that American cinema actor. What's his name? Meach. Hello?
Horsham Police Station, Sergeant Hodge.
Superintendent Freeman, Scotland Yard, Sergeant.
Oh, yes, sir.
Look here. You know a chap named Hughes has a factory of some sort of Crawley?
Know him by sight, sir. Very dapper chap. Black hair, small black moustache like Hitler's.
That's the one.
There's a tiny shed. You hardly call it a factory, sir. On Leopold Road in Crawley. Yes, sir. Saw him just the other day, sir.
When was that?
Wednesday, sir. 2 days ago.
You sure of that, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. He was with an elderly lady, sir. A lady in a Persian lamb coat, I think it's called, sir.
Here, give that description to Sergeant Rice. Yes, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Sergeant Rice here. Yes, I'm a sergeant. What? Persian lamb? Yes. Dark red dress? Yes. Red face, white hair. Handbag with a big handle. Funny old-fashioned watch.
Let's have the phone, Sergeant.
Wait a sec. Yes, sir.
Where did you see them, Sergeant?
They're walking down Leopold Road together, sir, toward this factory of his, sir.
No mistake, Sergeant.
Oh, no, sir. No mistake.
Seen him since?
No, sir.
Send a man over to this factory right now and have him stay there till Hughes shows up.
Yes.
I want to see that man, Hughes, at once. Pick him up and let me know when you've got him.
Yes, sir.
Well, Sergeant, I think you're right in not liking Mr. Hughes.
What's up, sir?
Well, for one thing, he's a liar. And second, we'll see. CRO, please. Criminal records officer. Yes, I will.
How did that sergeant at Horsham know the description of Mrs. Bannerman's clothing, sir? Was she...
Hello? Who is it speaking? Oh, good morning, Murphy. Superintendent Freeman here. Look, do you have anything on a man named Hughes? What's the rest of his name, Sergeant?
John George, sir. Age about 40.
John George Hughes, at present at Crawley, about 40. Dark hair and moustache. How tall, Sergeant?
About 5'7" or 8, sir.
5'7" or 8. The man said to be an inventor of sorts. Has a factory at Crawley in West Sussex. Could you check quickly for me, please? Good. I'll be here in my office. Thank you. What were you saying, Sergeant Rice?
I was asking how that sergeant at Horsham knew about the clothing Mrs. Bannerman was wearing, sir.
He said... Oh, excuse me. Superintendent Freeman. Yes, sir. Oh? What's that number? 86522. Right. Study sizes. London sessions in 1941. Well, just send the file round to me, will you? Oh, is there a photograph of him in the file? Good. Good. Thank you very much. You recognize him from the photograph, wouldn't you, Sergeant?
Oh, yes, sir. Sir, I was wondering...
Your Mrs. Bannerman was with Hughes at the factory Wednesday afternoon.
That's how that sergeant knew about her clothing, then.
That's right. You saw them together. So your Mr. Hughes is a liar. Now, CRO has a file on Hughes. He got 4 years at Surrey Assizes in 1937 for obtaining money by false pretenses. He was sentenced to 21 months for theft at London Sessions in 1941. So he's a thief and a cheat. Be interested to see if he can prove he's not a murderer, too. I sent people to the Kensington Hotel where Hughes lived, and which was also the home of the missing Minerva Bannerman. She had not returned. Hughes' room on another floor had not been occupied. I again telephoned the police station at Horsham, which is 4 miles from the village of Crawley, where Hughes had his fingernail factory. He had not been seen at all. The door to the place was still padlocked, they told me. Sergeant Rice came into my office.
Afternoon, sir.
Where have you been, Sergeant?
Communications, sir. I worked up as complete a list as I could of the jewelry Mrs. Bannerman was wearing and had it sent out on the teletype.
All police stations?
All stations, sir, including Horsham.
Don't think you'll get very much from Horsham.
Sir, don't you think it'd be a good idea if I ran down to Horsham and had a look at that factory of Hughes?
Oh, what do you expect to find?
I might find Mrs. Bannerman, sir.
Sergeant Rice, I've never told you what I think of women detectives, Sergeant. Have I?
No, sir.
I think the rank of woman detective sergeant should be abolished.
Yes, sir.
And then I think they all ought to be promoted to chief superintendents, to remind the superintendents to keep their minds on their jobs. Come along, I'll go with you.
It was late afternoon when we arrived at the dingy little factory in Crawley, 40 miles away. Sergeant Hodge from Horsham was waiting for us.
Good evening, sir. Evening. I came straight over here when you telephoned, sir. I let my men go for an early supper, sir. I'll relieve them for a while.
Let's have a look at the place, shall we?
Come along this way, sir.
Not very inviting, is it, Sergeant?
No, Sergeant.
I haven't seen him at all, eh?
No sign of him, sir. This is the door, sir. Padlocked, you see, sir.
The only door, Sergeant?
Yes, Sergeant.
Hate to smash that padlock.
How about one of these windows?
They're locked, Sergeant.
Only those 2 windows?
Yes, sir.
So dusty, I can't see through them.
Careful leaning against that window, Sergeant. You'll break it.
I did break it, didn't I?
Are you hurt, Sergeant Rice? Are you hurt, Humphrey?
I broke a fingernail, I think.
I told you not.
I'm so clumsy, Sergeant.
Certainly not.
Well, at least I can see through the window.
Don't cut yourself, Sergeant.
There's something lying on the floor in there.
See who it is.
Give me a boost through here, Sergeant.
That's breaking and entering, Sergeant.
That's going in pursuit of suspected felon, Sergeant. Isn't it, sir?
Exactly.
Give us a boost, Sergeant.
Can you see who it is in there?
Not a body. Looks exactly like one, though.
What is it?
Seems to be some old clothes, sort of rubber things, trousers, coats.
Laboratory clothes, I expect.
Nobody in here, though. Don't see anybody. Floor's hollow, though. Maybe something under there?
I'm coming in. Here, Sergeant Hodge, give me a hand.
Right, sir.
That's good.
Shall I come in, sir?
Come on.
Right, sir.
What's that stuff there in the corner?
Seems to be some kind of large glass bottles.
They're carboys that acid came in, Sergeant. I've seen them before, sir. Be careful, that acid burns, Sergeant.
I've no intention of taking a bath in it, Sergeant.
It's the last bath you ever took, Sergeant.
Stop the back chat, both of you.
No, I wasn't. Yes.
Yes.
Well, I expect we'd better see what's under this floor, Hodge.
Yes, sir.
What's that you're falling over?
Sir. Did a pump, sir, like the air raid chaps used to put out fires.
This fellow Hughes in the ARP here, Hodge?
Don't think so, sir.
Probably uses it to transfer the acid from these great bottles to some other place.
Mistake. Well, better get to taking up this floor. Any tools around here?
There's a crowbar or something over there by the window, sir. That do?
Get it.
Where do I start, sir?
Here, I think this board's loose. Let's get it up. Come on.
Just what do you people think you're doing here? I know you, young woman. I know you are. Who are you, sir?
I'm Superintendent Freeman of Scotland Yard. You are John George Hughes, I take it.
I am, and I'm the bloody owner of this bloody place. I was rather expecting you, sir. As for you, Sergeant Royce, I'll tell you at once, Mrs. Bannerman is not here.
You were with Mrs. Bannerman the last time she was alive, Mr. Hughes.
Where, sir?
Here in this town on Wednesday afternoon.
I was not.
You were seen and recognized.
Well, I can only say that whoever says he saw me, whether is mistaken. I was in London.
Are you mistaken, Sergeant Hodge?
No, sir, I am not.
Well, sir, I assure you, Mrs. Bannerman is not here.
Do you know where she is?
You said she had vanished into thin air. Miss Rice, is that right?
I said she disappeared.
Into thin air, you said. Oh, somebody said. Maybe I said.
Mr. Hughes, I should like you to come up to London with me.
Why?
I should like to have your answers to a few questions.
About Mrs. Bannerman?
Yes.
Well, all I can tell you about Mrs. Bannerman is that you'll not find her here. Or any other place.
Really, I should advise you to come to London and answer my questions, Mr. Hughes.
Will you arrest me if I don't?
Very probably.
On what charge, Superintendent?
Suspicion of murder?
It's possible.
How do you know Mrs. Bannerman was murdered? If you can't find a body.
You're quite a clever man, Mr. Hughes.
And you won't find her body, my good man. There's no corpus delicti.
I'm going to give you a short lesson, Mr. Hughes, in criminal law. The phrase corpus delicti is from the Latin and means the body of the crime, not the body of the victim of the crime at all. If it's proved that Mrs. Bannerman met her death through criminal agency and intent, that one simple fact will be the corpus delicti, whether we ever find Mrs. Bannerman's physical body or not. In that case, anyone remotely connected with the affair is quite likely to find himself in for an unpleasant time.
I'll go to London with you.
Such methods don't always work. They're on the very edge of legality. It's only in a court of law, in a trial after a person has been duly charged with the commission of a crime, that he's required to answer any questions and then under oath. But a prudent man welcomes the opportunity to speak out. His refusal to do so is highly suspicious. Mr. John George Hughes chose to answer freely. It was next morning at Scotland Yard I asked him, among other things, how is it that the constables on duty at your factory did not see you enter the place, Mr. Hughes?
Because I came there directly after my interview with your Miss Rice, before the constables were assigned to watch my factory. I suspected they'd have the police on me, and I didn't want them mucking about in the factory in my absence.
Then you've been in that place at least 2 days without going out.
Longer than that.
What were you doing?
Various things. Keep hidden mostly.
You still maintain that Mrs. Bannerman didn't come to your factory?
Before this occasion, yes. But she always left, Superintendent.
But this time, she didn't.
She didn't come there this time. I told you.
Excuse me. Superintendent Freeman here.
I've got the coat, sir.
Good, Sergeant. Is it hers?
That Mrs. Beatrice Miller, sir, who first told me about Mrs. Bannerman. The last person who saw her at the hotel, remember?
I know.
She identified it as Mrs. Bannerman.
We'll have to prove it, Sergeant.
Mrs. Miller thinks she can do that, sir.
Very well, carry on. Mr. Hughes, I may as well tell you that a party of CID people are now at your factory in Leopold Road, Crawley, with a search warrant.
Well, they won't find anything.
They've already found something.
Some of my personal property, I suppose. I know they haven't found Mrs. Bannerman.
They found a cleaner's ticket for a Persian lamb fur coat. In your name.
A friend of mine asked me to have it cleaned for her.
What is her name?
Mrs. Diana Thorpe.
Where does she live?
I don't know her address. She's gone to Dover to visit her sister.
Sergeant Rice took the ticket and called for the coat.
Well, she has no business doing
The
that.
coat has been identified as Mrs. Bannerman's coat.
That's nonsense.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Hughes.
What else did they find at my place?
What else would they find? More personal belongings?
I'm not going to talk to you anymore.
You're not required to answer any questions, Mr. Hughes.
I've got to rest first.
As you like.
You've tired me out with all these questions. I don't know what I'm saying.
You may go whenever you wish, Mr. Hughes. We'll find you when we need you.
Threatening me, eh?
Making a statement of fact. Now, if you wish to go.
Why don't you arrest me?
If I can uncover enough evidence to justify it, I shall.
Who's that?
Come in. Come in, Sergeant Hodge. You know Mr. Hughes, of course.
Yes, sir. Mr. Sturm of Washington, Superintendent Freeman, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Sturm. Come in.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hughes was just leaving.
Well, I'll wait a minute.
As you prefer, sir. Well, Mr. Sturm.
Mr. Sturm is a pawnbroker, sir, in Horsham.
This is Mr. Hughes.
Last time I saw him, his name was Whitaker.
You're a liar.
Please, Mr. Hughes. And when did you see this gentleman last?
When he
Sturm?
bought this with me for 17 quid.
How interesting. An antique breast watch fastened with a fleur-de-lis clip.
Exactly the same as the one described in the circular sent out from Scotland Yard here as the property of Mrs. Minerva Bannerman.
What have you to say to that, Mr. Hughes?
She was wearing it the day she was with him at Crawley. I saw it, sir.
Mr. Hughes?
I never saw it in my life.
You walked it with me, Mr. Bloodywell Whitaker Hughes. Oh, excuse me, sir. For 17 quid of my money.
I said you're a liar.
Be quiet, Hughes.
I'll swear to it, Inspector. Superintendent. I'll swear to it, Super.
Jake Sturm, you're a liar.
All I want is my money.
Is your name Jake, Mr. Sturm?
Jacob Aloysius Sturm, yes, sir.
You do remember Mr. Sturm, then, Mr. Hughes?
He bloody well does, he does.
Well, then, Sergeant Hodge, did you find anything else there at the factory? Would you like to go now, Mr. Hughes?
What'd you find?
Well, sir,
What'd you find?
Tell him, Sergeant.
found this, sir.
What is it?
Was it? Part of a handle, it looks like.
That's what it is. Excuse me, sir. Off a lady's handbag. And it's all kind of melted like. He wouldn't do that, sir.
Acid would do it, wouldn't it, Mr. Hughes?
Then that's what's happened to these two, sir, see? False teeth I found in the same place, sir.
Now, I wonder whose they are, Mr. Hughes.
I don't know anything about them.
I wish Sergeant Rice were here.
Why, sir?
I'd just like her to take them to Mrs. Bannerman's dentist, whose name she knows, and see if he can identify them. You see, Mr. Hughes, teeth can rarely be destroyed by anything. Fire, acid. Who can that be, do you suppose? Come in.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Come in, Sergeant Rice.
Oh, thank you, sir. Sergeant Hodge, I saw Dr. Finch in the forensic laboratory as I came in. He asked me to give these things to you.
Thank you, Sergeant.
What are they?
What did the doctor say they are, Sergeant?
He said they're fragments of human bone. This one's from a bone of the foot. This one's probably part of a vertebrae. And the others I don't remember.
What's happened to them?
They were found in that spot behind the place at Crawley, sir, where I found the false teeth and the purse handle. They've all been partly destroyed by acid.
Well, Mr. Hughes, it seems we do have a corpus delicti.
What are you going to do about it?
Sergeant Rice is going to do it, Mr. Hughes. You found him first, Sergeant. Go ahead.
John George Hughes, I arrest you on charge of willful murder. I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
What do you find amusing, Hughes? I'm just thinking. All the trouble and expense everybody's going to be put to. And when it's all over, I'll be sent to a nice, comfortable loony bin, where I'll spend the rest of my life in comfort.
I may venture to disagree with you, Hughes.
Nobody in the world would believe a man in his right mind would do what I've done, Superintendent.
You've been warned, Hughes.
All right. I'll make sure they believe I'm crazy. Old Bannerman wasn't the first one I've dealt with this way. She was the fourth. And I didn't get enough money out of all folk to make it murder for profit. I'm crazy, I tell you. Crazy. And let the jury read that from your notes, Sergeant Miss Nasty Rice. I just tapped the ex-Miss Bannerman on the back of a scout, just like I did the others. A man and his wife and a young boy. And I didn't get 30 quid out of the whole lot. And I'll tell you what I did with them all. You saw all that acid when you were snooping in my factory. But perhaps you can think of what happens to a human body when it's dumped into a 40-gallon vat of it. Soup. That's all. Nasty, yellow soup.
And a few pieces of bone and a set of false teeth on this handle that can be identified.
And that Persian lamb coat that I sent out to have the bloodstains cleaned off it. And nothing left of them all, except what was left in the acid when I poured it out. Think I won't be sent to Broadmoor instead of the hangman? Oh, let me tell you what else I did. Oh, I killed each one before I shoved them in the acid bath.
No, I'll not allow you to hear that. If you're morbid enough to want to know what Hughes did with his victims before he placed them in the acid bath to dissolve, you'll have to write me a letter asking about it. I may reply. The jury believed the alienist who testified that John George Hughes was perfectly sane. They also believed his confession of horrible murder. The verdict was guilty. The sentence was death. His appeal was denied, and he was hanged at Wandsworth 41 days after he had foully murdered his last victim.
You have heard another in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled from the official files of Scotland Yard. Research is by Percy Hoskins. Among those heard today were Horace Brame, Harvey Hayes, Joe Huntley Wright, Lester Fletcher, Guy Spall, and Gordon Stern. These stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Throughout America, 3 million young women and girls of all races and speeds will join in the celebration of National YWCA, April 20th through April 26th. To these young women, the blue triangle, symbol of the YWCA, the symbol standing for body, mind, and spirit, means enrichment of their lives and a goal to build toward the future. Through the YWCA, young women gain friendship, gain confidence in themselves, take part in worldwide fellowship, and become informed citizens. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Clark Gable in The Buccaneer with Olamp Bradna, Akim Tamirov, and Gertrude Michael.
Lux presents Hollywood. In The Buccaneer, we bring you the romance, the thrilling drama of Jean Lafitte, hero and rogue of old Louisiana. Tonight's special guest is the distinguished author and historian, Mr. Rupert Hughes. Louis Silvers conducts our music. We want you to know how much we appreciate your loyalty. Your daily use of Lux Flakes makes it possible for us to bring you this program. Did you ever think of this? You can save steps and make your work go faster if you keep Lux handy in these two places where you can use it most. In the bathroom, for stockings and other things, and in the kitchen to help guard your hands from dishpan roughness. So it's a good idea to get 2 or more boxes of Lux Flakes at a time. And here's another tip I'd like to pass on to you. You'll save money if you buy Lux in the large size package. We hear now from the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Behind the making of The Buccaneer was my hope that this picture would be something more than entertainment, that it would revive the memory of a hero whom history has all but forgotten. Springing out of the swamps of Louisiana, out of the mire of infamy, this fabulous figure scattered one of the blackest nights in American history with the bright flame of victory. He was Jean Lafitte, the ruthless lord of Barataria, a pirate island only 90 miles from New Orleans. He was Jean Lafitte, the pirate patriot, who, with Andrew Jackson, saved New Orleans in the War of 1812, and of whom Byron wrote, "He left a corsair's name to other times, linked with one virtue and 1,000 crimes," and without whom all America west of the Mississippi might now belong to England. No one knows where Lafitte came from or where he's buried. As for his soul, it might be in paradise or purgatory. He earned a place in either. But tonight, Lafitte roars out of oblivion, brought to us by one of the most celebrated personalities the screen has ever known, Clark Gable. Mr. Gable is a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star, currently appearing in Too Hot to Handle. His next picture is Idiot's Delight. Olympe Bradner, Paramount's lovely Parisienne, makes her Lux debut in the role of Gretchen. As Dominic Yu, we give you that priceless performer, Akim Tamirov. In the part of Annette, Gertrude Michael makes her initial bow on this stage, and Clara Blandick is heard as Aunt Charlotte. On to Louisiana. It's curtain time and star time as the Lux Radio Theater presents Clark Gable in The Buccaneer with Olympe Bradner, Akim Tamirov, and Gertrude Michael. In 1814, the citizens of New Orleans often saw a printed notice brazenly displayed in public places. It read, "Sale of rare and notable goods this day at the Temple." It was signed Jean Lafitte. The Temple, scene of this thieves' bazaar, was a clearing in the cypress swamps. There, beneath tendrils of dripping moss, Jean Lafitte and his pirate crew insolently hawked their wares. Through the crowd strolled pirate musicians, their faces lean and scarred, their music gay. The good people of New Orleans came to look and stayed to buy. No one asking where the goods came from. No one dared to ask.
Now, what do you mean it ain't the best? That's the best Manila neckweed, or the best Manila rope.
Silver? Did you say silver, mister? Look at this.
Only one Spanish dollar. $1. Perfume sweet like Araby. Monsieur, you want to buy some little perfume?
Thank you, no. I'm looking for Jean Lafitte.
Ah, Lafitte? What for?
Do I look like a soldier?
You? No.
Then you can tell me. This is business.
Oh, business. Well, now look. You see that man standing by himself over there? That is Jean Lafitte. Perfume sweet like Araby.
Be very popular, Mr. Lafitte.
I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about.
I was thinking of that placard that I've seen posted about. There's one on that tree. Reward, $500 for the capture of Jean Lafitte, dead or alive. Signed by the governor, William C.C. Claiborne.
$500 reward for me shows that Governor Claiborne has a sense of humor.
My name is Crawford, Senator Crawford of the Louisiana legislature.
Oh. You weren't thinking of collecting that reward, were you, Senator?
Hardly. But the British have a sense of humor, too.
The British?
And they make rather good friends. I'm sure the British think you're worth far more than $500.
You think so? Try some of this wine, Senator.
Thank you. Does my offer interest you?
Very much.
But it could stand a little more explanation.
These are war times, Mr. Lafitte. You and your men could constitute a power in these waters.
A power for the British? I thought you said you were a senator from Louisiana.
That, I'm sure, needs no explanation.
I see.
Try to be back from your voyage in a fortnight. You will have British callers at Barataria. This is excellent wine. How much for the cask?
10 pieces of 8, 10 Napoleons, or $500 American paper.
You don't think much of American paper, do you, Mr. Lafitte?
I'm a businessman, Senator, and I don't think much of America's chances.
Neither do I.
I'll have the wine delivered to you. If you'll give me your... Will you excuse me? I have some important business.
Of course. Wasn't that Miss Annette de Remy's carriage that just passed? I thought I recognized Miss Annette and her Aunt Charlotte. It, was their carriage.
You'll excuse me, Senator, but we're not exchanging confidences yet.
A thieves' market. I can't understand why the authorities permit it.
Oh, Aunt Charlotte, you always say that, but you always come.
Don't be impertinent, Annette.
One Spanish dollar. Perfume sweet like Araby. Madame, only one Spanish dollar.
My man, did you come by these things honestly?
Huh? Do I not look like an honest man?
You certainly do not.
Oh, Aunt Charlotte, please.
He looks as if he'd cut anybody's throat for a picayune.
Who, me? Me, Dominique you, the cannoneer of Napoleon. Mademoiselle, Napoleon and me.
Oh, never mind the details. How much is this perfume?
Oh, that one? 3 Spanish dollars. But, madame, these... sweet like the breath of angels.
Huh. It smells more like liniment.
Oh, madame, impossible. Behold, I drink it. So. Madame, you are right, it is liniment.
Come along, Annette. I've seen enough of it. Annette, where did she go? Annette, where are you? Annette!
Annette, you're more beautiful every time I see you.
Thank you, Mr. Lafitte.
You were late today, Annette.
I couldn't help it. My sister sailed for France. She's going to be married on a boat. There was such a crowd at the boat to see her off, I thought I'd never get away. I was in terror that I wouldn't see you. And in terror that I would. Oh, Jean, what are we going to do?
Marry me. We could sail to France, too, like your sister.
Marry you. And I suppose you'd print the wedding invitation on the back of Governor Claiborne's reward for you. Dead or alive.
My sweet, you can have the governor's ears for a wedding present.
Oh, darling. Won't you ever be serious? You're in danger every hour.
Every minute that I'm near you.
Oh, Jean, we can't hide behind bushes and trees all our lives. Dearest, I want you to be able to come to my house like other men
who are more respectable?
Who are more honored. Oh, can't you understand? I want to be proud of my love. Well, there's nothing in your life I can share.
I have wealth. I have Barataria.
Barateur is a word for cheap.
It's a kingdom with 1,000 men and ships that sail the Caribbean and the Gulf. I can give you anything you...
Yes, anything but self-respect.
Yes, you're right, Annette. I can't give you that.
Oh, Jean.
Listen.
What's that?
Trouble. You better go.
Hey, boss. Boss.
Dominic, what's wrong?
The governor. The governor is coming. He's bringing soldiers. We show him,
No. No steal, Dominic. Tell the men to carry the boats to the bayou. Load them with every piece of merchandise we have and shove off. Let the people stay, but the men and goods go. Hurry up. Now.
Aye, boss.
Very clever of you, Lafitte. An hour ago, you were very busy here selling your stolen goods. And now, nothing. Very clever indeed.
Thank you, Governor Claiborne. Praise from you is high honor.
Only fear of injury to some of New Orleans citizens prevents me from bringing you to justice now. But they shall hear the judgment we have passed on you. Mr. Collector?
Yes, Governor.
Read the placard there, on that tree. Read it aloud.
Yes, Governor. For making himself a general nuisance, I offer $10,000 reward for Governor Claiborne's ears. Signed, Jean Lafitte.
You take this as a joke, do you, Lafitte? You'll find nothing to laugh at when General Andrew Jackson arrives in New Orleans.
I respect
General Jackson.
He said, there's no room under the American flag for such bandits as you and your men. Do you laugh at that, sir?
No. But you have bigger and more respectable bandits who laugh at your flag, making fortunes by selling sugar and cotton to the British. We all have faults, Governor. But I have respected the American flag, and we've never attacked a ship that flies it.
Let that governor scare us out of the temple. Where are we now? No place. 3 days at sea and not a haul yet.
Shut up, Facial. Well, Dominic, come in. What do you want?
It is Brown, boss, on the Vulcan. He just scuttled a merchantman. She's burning.
Does she look like a good haul?
Well, boss, she's American.
An American boat? Where?
2 points off the starboard bow, and she's up in flames. Well, this is pretty bad news.
Get on deck. Lay her into the wind. Stay by to lower the longboats as soon as she loses way. Light no lights.
Aye, boss. She's burning pretty fast, boss.
Can you see her name yet?
Name, not yet. Boss, there's the Vulcan. Brown is standing by.
I'll attend to Mr. Brown later.
Hey, what is that?
3 oars.
Never before have I heard a barking fish.
There it is. Get that dog, Facial.
Hey, there's more than a dog here, boss. There's a girl, too.
Get her in the boat.
A girl, eh? Well. Oh, a little pink mackerel, eh?
Lay her down over there. You all right?
Yes?
What boat is that? Speak up.
Corinthian.
Out of where?
New Orleans. They attack us. They make me jump over.
Boss, ask her, is there anybody left on board?
We'll let Captain Brown tell us that. Pull over to the Vulcan. And all those other people on that ship. Did you put them off in boats, Mr. Brown? How many boats did you put them in? None. You remember my order, Mr. Brown? That all hands on a captured ship should have a chance for their lives.
We're through taking orders from you, Lafitte.
You are, Mr. Brown? My orders forbid boarding any ship flying the American flag.
That's the flag I'm under, up there in the masthead.
The black flag, eh? We're men without a country, Mr. Brown. Men cast up by the sea. Perhaps we'll be Americans someday. But not you, Mr. Brown, because I'm going to hang you now.
You ain't going to hang nobody, Lafitte. You're just a blubber-smelling pirate like the rest of us. And you've given your last command.
Any more complaints? Anybody like to follow Captain Brown? And stir yourselves. All hands to the braces. Square away the yard. Set your course for Barataria.
Boss, boss. What about that pink mackerel, the girl?
She comes with us until she's well enough to leave.
Well, she's all that is left of the Corinthian, boss. She make a pretty bad witness.
I obey my own orders. She sailed under the American flag, and she's safe from us.
Make sail! Aye, boss.
And everything from the Corinthian is to be kept out of sight. Nothing taken from that boat must be sold. You understand, Dominique?
Oh, well, I know. You have your breakfast now, boss?
Put it down there.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Captain.
Oh, good morning. How do you like Barataria?
Well, I don't know yet. Your men say that I give them hemp fever.
Did you hear that, Dominique?
A gentleman does not laugh at a lady.
Dominique, she says that you're not a gentleman.
No, I say it to you.
What makes you think that I'm not a gentleman?
Your rings tell me.
And what do you know about rings?
1 ring, it is a gentleman. 2 rings, it is a vain and foolish man.
Now that you have enlightened me as to my multiple defects, go back where you belong. Dominique, keep this magpie out of my sight.
Hey, Come along, my little cabbage.
But you did not tell me why give the men hemp fever.
Hemp is a rope, and men sometimes die of a rope.
Oh, yes.
As a matter of fact, the men are right. You're a walking death warrant for all of us.
Me?
Come here, Davy. What's the matter with your shoes?
They squeak.
I know that, but why?
Because they're in the ocean.
Well, take them out of the ocean. You're in a gentleman's home.
A gentleman's home. No wonder the fine people of New Orleans, they laugh at you.
They laugh at... How do you know? Were you ever inside their homes?
Yes, I worked there.
You worked there? You scrubbed their floors, but you've got nerve enough to stand there and tell me I'm no... All right. Since you're such a monument of judgment, you can stay here and make yourself useful. What can you do?
I can cook, but I won't.
You certainly won't. What else?
I can sew, but I won't.
Do you eat?
Yes, thank you.
But you won't.
Oh!
Before you eat, you'll learn to make yourself useful. Scipio, give her the keys to this closet. She's going to learn to scrub floors.
Yes, sir. Here they are. Boss coming in.
Give me that telescope.
Yeah, mon capitaine. Here. Can you see? Who is she, boss?
British man of war, Sophia.
Oh, we'll let them have it, eh?
No, she's sending a boat under a flag of truce. Lock up that mackerel of yours while these Englishmen are here.
Aye, aye, boss. Come along, my little toadstool. We'll lock you up.
What have I done?
Huh? Nothing yet. That is why we'll lock you up.
You locked me up because you're afraid of me. You are afraid I'll tell those British Janus that you burned the Corinthian. And I will if you lock me up.
No, my pink rosebud. You will not if I lock you up. Go on. In the closet.
Join us in our attack against the Americans, Mr. Lafitte. Every condition of those letters will be fulfilled.
It's a generous offer, Captain Lockyer.
Generous. The rank of captain in the British Navy and $30,000 in gold. Will the Americans match that?
No. They've only offered $500 for my head.
While we offer a full pardon to all of you. We will guarantee that...
You locked me up? Haha, but you forget. I have a key.
Who is this young lady?
Come in, Gretchen. These gentlemen are officers of the British Navy. They command big warships. They are interested in who you are.
You're certainly not American. Are you Dutch?
Tell them just who you are.
I am the friend of Mr. Lafitte.
Then suppose, just a friendly gesture, you leave us alone. Please?
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Lafitte, will you fight for the British?
I must have a week for my reply.
Does it take a week to make up your mind?
On matters as important as this, my men have as much to say as I have. We are a republic and must put it to a vote.
I say no. Well, I say yes. I say we fight for the British, and why not?
Aye, that's it, Granby. Give it to him, give it to him.
England will shake America like a dog shakes a rat.
Here, aye.
And what do you get from Claiborne? Nothing but the cramp iron, the cat and the yardarm. But England offers gold and a clean pardon. Who's for England? Yes! Shut your grab traps. The boss ain't had his say yet. Chuck your love.
What do you say, aye, boss? What do you say, aye?
You for England, yeah?
You scum of the world. You sewer-bred rats. Every country in the world has spewed you out. There's no land you can call your own. You, Jacques, you like it here, hmm? The air is sweet, hmm? Different from the stench of the sewers where you hid after you murdered your father. And you, Hans, the spoiler of the dead, the slinking grave robber of Hamburg. Miguel, the petty pickpocket of Madrid. And you, Dominic.
Boss, please,
The pet cannoneer of Napoleon.
Oh, well.
And Mouse, you deserter. What hole will you hide in to escape the lash in the yardarm? And the brave Granby. Shall I tell the story of Pensacola? Of the nun who prayed for your soul with your knife in her throat? And I'm the rottenest of you all. Because I'm your boss. All of us, the yellow-livered spawn of the world, thrown up here by a sea that's too decent to hold us. We land on the only shore that has let us stay. Louisiana. Louisiana, with long moss that hangs from the trees like the gray hair of a mother. And what do we do to her? We rob and kill. But still, she lets us stay. And now, for the first time, this mother needs help. A powerful enemy is landing on her shores. You heard her call, you white-livered squids. And what do you propose to do? Turn tail and run whining to the British to lick the hand that you're afraid to bite. But Louisiana will never show the white feather. Neither will America. It's a young nation unprepared with few weapons and few defenders. And it's getting licked. But I'm going to give it all I have. Who fights with me for America?
Me, Dominic, you!
Me, Gretchen van der Liefhoff.
That was the first act of The Buccaneer, starring Clark Gable with Olamp Bradner, Akim Tamiroff, and Gertrude Michael. In just a moment, the curtain goes up on Act Two. But during our intermission, let's drop in on the Brownings. It's after dinner, and the family is gathered round the fire. As the scene opens, the two girls, Dot and Midge, are talking about Miss Enright, the director of their high school club. She's going to be married, and the club is giving her a shower, but...
Gosh, Midge, what can we get for her? I'm just stony broke.
Me too, Dot.
Let's ask Dad. Shh. Not while he's doing bills.
Watch out, girls. I hear you. But I just can't give you anything for presents right now. Perhaps your mother can help you.
Oh, so I'm to solve the problem. Well, here's a suggestion, girls. How about a serving spoon, like the one we got the other day?
Oh, there were 2 pieces, Mother. A cheese server, too.
Oh, you mean the ones you saved me money on?
Yes. We certainly fooled you, Dad. 2 lovely pieces for only a quarter.
And the box top from the large Lux package, Mother. Don't forget that.
Gee, I bet Miss Enright would love one of those sets.
Enright with Enright.
Dad. But it's a swell idea. A great big sparkling idea.
Well, it'll certainly help us out.
Don't let me forget. I'll order some more Lux tomorrow morning, and you girls can have all the box tops.
Oh, swell. Then we could get extra sets for Christmas presents, too.
Why wait till tomorrow? Let's go see what's in the house right now. Come on, Midge.
Dibs on the bedroom box, Dot.
The kitchen box is mine.
So the race is on to collect the tops from the large boxes of Lux Flakes. In fact, people everywhere are eager to get these 2 beautiful pieces of original Rogers silver plate, a stunning serving spoon, and a handy cheese server. Don't fail to get yours. Just send the top from a large box of Lux Flakes and 25 cents in coin with your name and address to Lux, Meriden, 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 Connecticut. Mr. DeMille.
We continue with The Buccaneer, starring Clark Gable, with Olamp Bradner, Akim Tamiroff, and Gertrude Michael. With the cheers of his men still ringing in his ears, Jean Lafitte sailed alone to New Orleans to place his army of pirates at the disposal of the government. The governor has accepted his offer, and now, before returning to Barataria, Lafitte brings the news to Annette.
Jean, you shouldn't have come here.
Shouldn't I?
No. But I'm glad you did. Oh, Jean.
No. Wait. Look at me. Carefully. What do you see?
A man who is very dear to me.
What else?
A man who shouldn't be here.
Nothing more. You don't notice a difference in me?
No. What is it?
I'm respectable.
Jean.
Yes, my good woman, respectable. At last.
Oh, you precious fool. Whatever you're talking about.
It's very simple. Governor Claiborne and I are friends. They've accepted my offer to save New Orleans.
No, Jean. Oh, please be
careful. But it's true. Lafitte, Claiborne, Jackson. Those names will live in history.
Oh, Jean, tell me.
I'm on my way to the tailors now. If I give them 200 men, it'll be a captain's uniform. 500, I'm a colonel. 1,000, it's a general's epaulets. The governor thanked me for my loyalty. Why, we're thicker than thieves. Well, closer than peas in a pod. Come here to me.
Oh, dearest.
You know, it's really not a bad feeling.
What?
Respectability.
And how could you judge of that, Mr. Lafitte?
Aunt Charlotte.
Good evening, Madame.
Annette, you'd better see if any of the silverware is missing.
Madame, I found something a lot more precious than silverware. I'll take this miniature of your niece. Do you mind?
Mr. Lafitte!
You have caught me red-handed, but I'll make my escape. Goodbye, Madame. I go to annex Louisiana to Barataria.
I'm very much afraid, Governor Claiborne, that you've been taken in.
Would you mind being more explicit, Senator Crawford?
There can be no doubt of it, Governor. And every man on this defense council will back me up. Look at the papers that John Lafitte showed you. No British insignia, no seal attached to any of them. Now, these letters are forgeries.
I think Senator Crawford is right. They seem scarcely credible.
A commission in the Royal Navy? This is probably a scheme to lure Jackson to New Orleans so the British can land at Mobile.
Oh, that sounds like common sense to me.
What shall we answer him?
I know the exact answer, Governor. Dead pirates make the best pirates.
I sentiments exactly.
Very well. We'll send our ships to storm Barataria.
And I make this while you were gone.
Thank you. That's very nice, Gretchen. You see that, Dominic?
Yeah.
That's our flag now.
Yeah, that is pretty, huh?
But do you know for why it has 15 stars and 15 stripes?
Why, yes. It's because, Dominic,
huh?
Do you know why it has 15 stars and 15 stripes?
Oh, certainly I know. It is because, because the boss president like it better that way.
You are both very bad Americans. Every star and stripe is a state. Sew them together, and they are the United States.
Of course.
And I'll make it for you, Mr. Boss. A present.
Well, thanks, funny one. They'll make us think of you when you're home in, what's the name of that place?
Don't speak am Zuiderzee.
Fine, fine.
But don't speak am Zuiderzee is not my home anymore.
Oh, yes, it is. You certainly can't stay here.
I certainly will stay here.
What? Pack your things. You're leaving today.
I will go with you.
Well, we're going into battle. Women don't know anything about fighting.
You don't know anything about women.
Does any man? Why don't you want to go home?
Oh, because.
Well, that's not a good enough excuse.
Mr. Boss, who is that girl? The one in the picture you bring back.
Oh, that. A lovely lady who lives in New Orleans.
Oh. Is that why you want me to go home?
You're a little fool, aren't you?
Yes. I know that before you say it. Her hair is very pretty, too. And her eyes, they... I will go, boss.
Boss, American ships are putting in.
Aha, there you are, Dominique. American boats. They come to join us. Come on, give them a welcome.
Hey, ring the bell! Ring the bell!
All right, you men, get into the longboats. Pilot them to the landing.
Viva los Americanos!
Hey, boss. What are they doing?
Firing on us.
Fine friends you got your feet. Let's give them a taste of their own style.
No, hold your fire. Get back, I tell you. Don't fire. Dominique.
Yes, boss.
Dominique, get everybody out of here. Get them back to the bayous. Tell them to hide in the swamp.
Hey, boss.
Back to the bayous. All of you. Into the boats. Hey, get your families out. Get back to the swamp.
We let them come as friends, and they shut us down like dogs.
Boss, you pushed the boat all the way to the swamps. Maybe you sleep a little now. The stars are out.
Not for those men lying in the sand back there.
Can't you forget your thought just for one moment?
No. They'll hang every man they caught today. A 1 day's trial in New Orleans and 4 feet of rope.
Maybe, boss. But what those ships did to your men is only what you have done to other people.
That's not true.
I saw it on the Corinthians.
Those were never my orders.
But you were the boss.
Yes, that's right. I am the boss. And I'm to blame for every man dead at Barataria. And somebody's going to pay for it.
Now you want to kill some more. Oh, you're a funny man, boss. All you think of is fighting and killing. Don't you know there's such a thing in the world as love?
Yes. Now that's gone, too.
Now you cannot marry that lady of the picture.
Don't bother me with your silly question.
But love is not a silly question.
What do you know about it?
A great deal. I'm in love
Yes. With whom?
with you.
I don't know whether to bow to you or use this paddle on you.
It does not matter which. I love you.
When you're a little more grown up, you'll find some fine young...
I'm more grown up now than you will ever be. You spend your life fighting, and fighting is for little boys, not for men. And you're a very bad little boy. But I love you.
Oh, it's too late for all that. Too late for me and too early for you.
No, never it is too late, and never it is too early to love. Oh, boss. Boss, you don't even know what it is to be happy. I know a life you never even dreamed could be. You laugh when I say don't speak am Zyder See. But there's an old little house on a little river where the tulips, they are...
I'd turn your river to poison.
No, boss. And every day we say hello to an old stork who makes his nest on the roof. That is good luck. And all day the windmill sings ka-ching, ka-chung, ka-ching, ka-chung.
Yes, that's a sweet dream, little Gretchen. And I thank you for it.
Oh, don't thank me. Take me there.
And leave my men rotting in cells or hiding like snakes in these swamps?
Nothing will make you forget.
No. The blood of my men is my own blood. We've got to get out of here. We've got to get on to New Orleans. I'll get those men out of jail
If you have to kill more to do it.
General Jackson must have known all about this. Jackson must be in New Orleans now. I'll see him there.
You're a funny man, boss.
There he is, General Jackson.
General Jackson. Where they are, can't see.
General Jackson, ma'am. Why, he's just coming through the door.
Oh, look. Yes.
Thank you. Ladies, gentlemen, I'm honored by this gracious welcome to New Orleans.
What can we do, General?
How can we aid you?
We need powder, food, and we need flints for our rifles. But above everything, we need men. Men to fight beside us for America. And now, I must beg you to excuse me.
Time for your bill, Andy.
What? Oh, no, not now, Mr. Peavy. Where's the defense counsel?
Waiting inside. I'll show you, Andy.
Carry a musket, General, but we have a right to know what'll happen to New Orleans.
Before I'll surrender this city, gentlemen, I'll burn it to the ground.
New Orleans will not be sacrificed to your madness.
Now, I begin to know America's friends from our enemies, Senator Crawford.
The legislature will meet at once to discuss surrender.
I believe, Senator, your sympathies are with the enemy.
Better to be in the hands of the enemy than in the hands of a maniac.
Mr. Peavy.
What's bothering you, Andy?
Show these gentlemen out.
All right. Skedaddle now. Skedaddle. Come on.
And shut the door, Mr. Peavy. I want to be alone for a while.
Stay as you are, General Jackson, and don't call your guard. I have you covered.
I'll call my guard when I'm ready. You seem to be looking for an easy way out of life. Where'd you come from?
I've been standing outside that window. I want to speak to you.
Who are you?
My name is Lafitte.
The pirate?
The privateer.
With a price on his head. I'll have no truck with men of your breed, Lafitte.
At this moment, you're not in a position to be exclusive.
You're an impudent devil and... What do you want?
The lives of my men.
Why should I give a horseshoe in Hades for their lives?
Among other things, to save your own.
Then I refuse. Your men are pirates. A scum fouling this city in its hour of need. And I don't relish threats.
And I don't relish talk. You'll sign the order for their release. Now.
Don't shoot, Mr. Peavy.
That's an old trick, General. I'll keep my eyes on you.
As you please. Mr. Peavy, this is Mr. Lafitte, the pirate.
Evening, Mr. Lafitte. Shall I pull the trigger now, Andy?
Mr. Peavy stands outside of windows, too. Have you anything to say, Lafitte, before I answer Mr. Peavy's question?
Well, I have some personal property to dispose of. A matter of 8,000 flints.
Flints? Musket flints? Where?
Where the powder is.
How much powder?
30 kegs, enough to work our cannon for a week.
Put your gun on the table, Mr. Lafitte. Thank you. Get out, Mr. Peavy.
Andy, can't I tie him up for you first?
No, thank you. Go on. Are you lying about those flints?
No. And I'm not lying about my men.
The Flints, are they in the city?
When the last one of my men is released, I'll tell you.
How many men have you?
Enough to win this battle for you.
Where are they?
In the swamps and in jail.
Well, by the
They're men
great-
who live by fighting, deserters from every nation under the sun. I've a cannoneer of Napoleon, the blackest rogue unhung, and the best shot. All fighters.
And all with bloody hands, eh?
Like a soldier's.
A soldier fights for his country.
That's what we asked to do. And we're answered by bullets.
You didn't ask me.
I do now.
General Jackson.
What is it? What do you mean
Monsieur
by...
Villeray, he must see you.
This fellow here, Andy, I guess he wants to see you, all right.
Monsieur le Général, c'est incroyable, mais c'est vrai. Les Anglais ont apparu tout à
Speak
l'heure.
English, man.
Dans la maison même. Moi, je vais échapper seulement.
Speak English.
General, this man says the British have appeared at his plantation.
Where's that?
8 miles from the city, on the Bayou Cattle.
Are they in force?
The whole army.
We'll hold the line of the Rodriguez Canal. Mr. Peavy, call the officers of the guard. Have the buglers sound assembly. Colonel Butler, we march at once by the Chalmette Road.
The Chalmette Road, General.
Major Hans, get your Mississippi Dragoons into their saddles. Take the advance.
Yes, General.
Get General Coffee here. Assemble all commands at Chalmette. Get every man and musket into the ranks. Rouse the town. Body of death, I need men. What's your price, Lafitte?
Full pardon for my men.
And for yourself?
1 hour's start when the battle's over.
It's a bargain. I'll sign the release.
Make it a carte blanche on the jail.
All right. Now get your devils out of the swamp and the jail and bring them to Chalmette.
Crawford hasn't surrendered the city.
Body of death. If he gets that legislature to surrender...
It won't. If Crawford isn't there...
Then by the 7 plagues of Egypt, he shouldn't be there. If someone has to run him through.
Thanks. I knew I'd like you, General.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. That was Act Two of The Buccaneer, starring Clark Gable with Olamp Bradner, Akim Temeroff, and Gertrude Michael, whom we hear in the third act following this short intermission. But before Mr. DeMille brings you, as his intermission guest, one of America's most famous authors, let me just give the ladies in our audience this reminder. It's thrifty to buy several big boxes of Lux Flakes at a time, so you'll have it handy always in bathroom, kitchen, and laundry. Sweaters, blouses, and dresses, as well as undies and stockings, stay new-looking longer when you give them regular Lux care. That's why so many women find Lux Flakes the finest clothes economy known. And let me remind you to have pencil and paper ready at the end of this program to jot down full details of the Rogers Silver Plate offer. And now, here's our producer ready to introduce our famous guest of the evening.
One of the luckiest moves I ever made occurred many years ago when I bought a novel for the screen from Rupert Hughes. That started a friendship with one of the most talented men I've ever known. Rupert Hughes has written some 35 novels, hundreds of brilliant articles, and short stories, a celebrated biography of George Washington, an encyclopedia of American music, contributed to a monumental history of the world, and is a real authority on early American pirates. He's been a director, writer, and producer for the screen, discovered Lawrence Tibbett, is a recognized sculptor, and is the uncle of Howard Hughes the aviator. He sleeps 4 hours a day, smokes 20 cigars, drinks 30 cups of coffee, and is one of the few famous men in Hollywood whose telephone number you can find by simply looking it up in the book.
But how did I get in here? I was looking for my lost dog. He had me on a leash, but I got away. Oh, I know you. You're Dr. DeMille, aren't you?
Doctor?
I read that a college gave you the honorary degree of Doctor of Letters. Why?
Probably because I have to do so much doctoring on the scripts you writers turn out.
Ouch.
As for that, didn't your own college make you a Doctor of Letters, too?
Yes, but what good does it do me? I can't even write a prescription.
Well, that doubtless saves quite a few lives.
Speaking of saving lives, Cecil, I had an idea. I stole it from that glorious speech of Lafitte's, which Clark Gable delivers so powerfully. It shows how a vicious pirate offers to help turn a black danger into a golden victory. It's happened before, it can happen again. It ought to happen all the time. Pirates were people whom circumstances turned into criminals. Our country contains so much crime because, while a large percentage of lawbreakers are of low mental caliber, we still find men and women of tremendous courage, often of immense cleverness, devoting their gifts to evil instead of good. Almost all boys want to be pirates, fight Indians, or be policemen. The main thing is they want to fight somebody, anybody. Thousands of them go wrong. We try to check them with prison cells and hard labor, but nothing seems to do any good. Why? Because we try to repress them. We make no use of all that courage and restlessness. There's our crime against our criminals. It seems to me that what we ought to do, what we've got to do, is this. When we find a boy or a girl with a wild streak of adventure, a ferocious resentment of the dull life, we must offer that fiery soul an opportunity to use its energy for the benefit of itself and of everybody. We couldn't save them all, but we could save hundreds. We ought to learn a lesson from Lafitte. Realizing there's no taming criminals, the thing for us to do is to find some way of using them for their own happiness and ours.
Have you a suggestion?
I'm only a doctor of letters, not of souls or bodies.
Then shall we get on with the program?
By all means, but before I go, will you tell me one thing? Does either of those two nice girls get Clark Gable, or do they divide him up?
Wait and see.
Pity he's not the Gable twins, the Gable sextuplets.
Rupert, please go quietly.
I can take a hint. But first, thank you, Cecil, for bringing us these splendid stars and plays week after week. This theater, I think, occupies a definite place in American social life, and I'm flattered to have been asked here. Goodbye.
The key's under the mat for you, Rupert. Anytime. Goodbye. The Buccaneer, starring Clark Gable with Olamp Bradner, Akim Tamirov, and Gertrude Michael. With the British on the march to New Orleans, a swift series of events crowded each other in the race for defense. Lafitte, with the order for release in his pocket, opens the jail doors for his men.
We are free! The boss, they got us free!
In a fair fight with the traitor Crawford, the Buccaneer pirate made certain that the legislature would not surrender the city.
I'll fight you tomorrow at the dueling hooks.
Oh, no, Mr. Crawford. You didn't give my men at Barataria a formal invitation to be killed, but here's yours.
With Crawford dead, the city sprang to arms. Out went the call to Lafitte's men hiding in the swamps. Through the bayous they came, paddling madly toward New Orleans, the woods echoing to their battle cry. Into the city they poured, up to the line of defense, to fight side by side with the regulars, repulsing every advance made by the British, driving them back inch by inch, until at last came the welcome cry.
Victory!
My little sparrow, it was wonderful, eh? Everywhere you hear now, Lafitte, the great Lafitte, the brave Lafitte, Lafitte. Oh, his pirates, they saved the city.
And I was there, too. Was I not, Dominique?
Yeah.
I helped the boss, too, when I carried the powder.
Oh, certainly. Oh, my little cockroach, it is so good, eh? No more they hang us, eh? No. You know, tonight they give a victory ball, the great victory ball. And for who? For Lafitte. Oh, well, of course, Jack's son, he will be there too. But the victory ball, it is for Lafitte.
And she will be there.
Huh?
In a lovely dress, and he will be a hero. And perhaps he will kiss her.
What is this?
And then she will marry him.
Oh, well... That is how it is, eh?
Oh, I cannot help that I love him. He says my shoes squeak, but he makes my heart squeak, too.
Oh. Well, what is it that you want?
I want to go to the victory ball. I want to wear a more beautiful dress than hers. I want to sparkle in more beautiful jewels than she has. I want my hair so lovely, hers look like hay. I want to be so grand and shiny, he won't even look at her when I walk by. I want to make him love me. Oh, Dominic.
Oh, by Jiminy Diablo. And who can do this for my little mackerel, eh? Me, Dominic, you. I have more jewels than anybody else. I have the beautiful dresses, too. I have all you want. Look in that chest. Huh?
Dominic. Oh, how wonderful.
And all for you, my little shrimp.
But where did you get these things from?
Huh? Where? Oh, I don't remember. I think off the His Excellency, the Governor of Louisiana, Mr. Daniel Carroll, Captain John Lafitte.
Captain Lafitte.
General Jackson.
I have the honor to inform you, sir, that I have dispatched letters to the President commending you and your men for service to the country.
Thank you, sir. Your example was expiring. Do a follow.
Oh, General Jackson.
Oh, yes.
Your officers are brilliant as well as brave.
Oh, Mr. Remy, may I present Captain Lafitte, who has won the respect of the whole army.
Of the entire city. Captain Lafitte.
Your respect, mademoiselle, means everything. May I have the stands?
Certainly. Captain.
This way, mademoiselle. Let's get out of here. Now.
Oh, Jean. I'm so happy I could cry.
Let's laugh instead. Out on the balcony where we can be alone.
Oh, Jean. It's all true. It is true, isn't it?
You mean, am I respectable? I hope so. Annette.
Yes. What, Jean?
I've been trying to think of something nice to say.
Something sentimental.
I can feel the words. They get right up to here, and then...
Oh, don't bother. I know what they are. I'm thinking them, too. Darling.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening.
They told me Captain Lafitte was here.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Oh, Captain. Captain, how nice to find you. Do you remember me? We met one time on the sea.
You do appear in strange places, mademoiselle. Oh, this is Miss DeRemy. Miss,
how do you do?
How do you do? The captain is really a delightful, wicked man. Don't you think so?
I found him both.
But mostly wicked.
You flatter me, mademoiselle. Shall we dance, Annette?
But you haven't admired my new coiffure.
Yes. It's very nice.
My
but
dress? Does it not excite you?
Not as much as your presence, mademoiselle.
Oh, now you tease me.
Oh, it is a beautiful dress, mademoiselle. And I know where you had it made.
Oh, yes? In Gay Paris.
Oh, no. In Gay New Orleans. Your dressmaker made one just like it for my sister, Mary.
Your sister?
Yes. This has the same tucks and everything. She took it with her when she sailed on the Corinthian.
The Corinthian?
Oh, excuse me.
What a strange little creature. I've seen her before somewhere.
Annette, your sister was on the Corinthian?
Yes, why? Jean, why do you look like that? Have you heard anything about Mary?
No, nothing.
Oh. Now I remember that girl. She was on the dock with Mary. She was sailing on the Corinthian, too. I'm going to ask her.
Annette, please. Please don't ask her, Annette.
But why, Jean? What is it?
Annette, believe me. Trust me.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to find that girl. Wait, mademoiselle, please. I want to speak to
But
you.
I must go.
You were on the Corinthian, weren't you?
No, you make a mistake.
But I remember you well.
Anything
I
wrong,
do.
Miss DeRemy?
This girl, she was on the Corinthian.
The Corinthian? Why, it's never been reported from Havana.
Where did you leave the Corinthian, miss?
I don't remember.
You didn't fall overboard, did you?
Yes, I fall overboard. A big splash, and I swim. Well, good night.
You didn't swim all the way back, did you?
Oh, he picked me up. That man over there. Please, I must go now.
Oh, he picked you up. One of Lafitte's men picked you up.
Yeah, me, Dominique, I pulled this little mackerel out.
Oh, what is all this? Where is the Corinthian? Where did you leave my sister?
Oh, I don't know.
But how? Why, you're wearing her miniature.
No, that's mine.
It's the one I gave her. It's my mother's picture. How did you get it?
I found it. Please.
Oh, no, you didn't. And you didn't find that dress. Aunt Charlotte! Aunt Charlotte! She's wearing Marie's dress.
She's from the Corinthians.
Lafitte's men brought her.
Where's Lafitte? Ask him.
There's evidence for you. The Corinthian was attacked by Lafitte, wasn't it? Speak up, girl.
Oh, no, he couldn't have. He couldn't.
Speak up, you hear?
Let this girl go.
Why? She was a witness.
So am I. I was there when the Corinthian burned.
He admits it. No, Jean, I don't believe it. You couldn't have.
Now, Lafitte.
You wouldn't believe the truth if you heard it, Governor.
Tell me, I'll believe.
Tell us all.
Gentlemen, the Corinthian was sunk, and every soul on board but one was lost.
Not by you, Jean. Not by you.
What difference does it make now, Annette? I was their boss.
My son was on that ship. There were women on that boat.
Every passenger lost.
He can't get away now. Get a rope.
One moment, please. This city is under martial law.
He's outside the law.
He sank the Corinthian.
They killed all hands.
This is no affair of yours, General Jackson.
I'm in command here. Lafitte, are you responsible for sinking the Corinthian?
I am responsible.
That's enough. Hang him. Come on, take your fire now.
Just a minute.
General, surely you're not going to defend this man?
No, sir. But I made a deal with him. He joined our forces and he fought well. And for that service, I promised him a pardon for his men and 1 hour's start for himself. And by the eternal, that 1 hour's start he shall have.
Thank you, General. Annette, I'm not as guilty in this as you think. I knew nothing of your sister. For your belief in me, I am grateful. But unworthy. Gentlemen, I leave you. An American, New Orleans.
Well, I think we make it, boss. They never catch this boat now. What flag we break out, boss?
We have no flag.
Huh? Well, what course we steer? Where we go?
Straight out to sea.
Aye, aye, boss. Bien, mon capitaine.
All hands three tops. Square away the yard.
Mr. Boss,
Gretchen, you shouldn't have come here.
I go where my boss go.
We're going out to sea. This deck under our feet is our only country.
Well, it's a good deck.
And our home port, sooner or later, will be the bottom of the sea.
I'll be there, too. With you, boss.
Jean Lafitte has sailed back into the past. In his place stands Clark Gable. Our evening would be only half complete without a word from Mr. Gable.
Well, I'll make it brief, Mr. DeMille. Those who saw your picture know, without my telling them, what a fine performance Frederick Marsh turned in as Jean Lafitte. I'm very grateful to you for giving me the chance to step into Lafitte's boots on the air. If I measured up to the standards set by Mr. Marsh, I'll be still happier. I'd like to thank everyone in the cast. But better yet, Mr. DeMille, I really think that Miss Bradner, Mr. Tamiroff, and Miss Michael should come up here and take their own bows.
Let the ladies talk first. I'm a very polite fellow.
Thank you, Akeem. Oh, I don't know how I sounded, Mr. DeMille, playing a Dutch girl with my French accent in an American play. However, though, I'm a very loyal listener. This was my first time on a Lux Radio Theater, and if it's as nice as this all the time, I surely hope you let me come back.
Very, very nice, Alam. And now, Miss Michael.
Well, you seem to be running the show, Akeem, but it's all right. Fire away.
It's all quite understandable, Mr. DeMille, with Mr. Tamiroff playing a big part in your new picture, Union Pacific. I think he's entitled to get at the microphone as soon as he can. Goodness knows he's trying to.
Shh. Gertrude, please.
It's all yours, Akeem. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, for a grand evening.
Good night, Gertrude. Now, Mr. Tamiroff, go ahead with your latest barrage.
Well, I just want to tell you, Mr. DeMille, I have all my homework done for my part in Union Pacific. You make me a bullwhacker, so I practiced for 3 months, and now I can use the bullwhip like nobody's business. I can snap a cigarette out of your mouth. You know, like that. You want me to try it?
I've temporarily stopped smoking.
Too bad. But let me tell you, making pictures is the best education in the world. Why, once I played a deaf mute, so now I can speak the sign language. Another time I was a fiddle player, so I studied and became a beautiful violinist. Well, sometime I'd like to play a man who makes $1 million. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Bullfighter.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille will bring us exciting news of next week's play in Stars. Meanwhile, I want to tell you more about that original Roger Silverplate offer that many people, including the Brownings, are taking advantage of right now. You see, the makers of Lux Flakes are giving us a serving spoon and cheese server for only 25 cents on the top from a large box of Lux. Both pieces are original Roger Silverplate in the graceful allure design that matches the teaspoon so many of you ordered from us in the spring. You know, with Christmas only 6 weeks away, this is a swell chance to get some lovely gifts for your friends. Give them this twin set, the handsome serving spoon and handy little cheese server. It's an exclusive pattern, one they can't buy at any store. The only way to get it is through this offer. Why, I bet they'll be tickled pink to own such fine tableware. And so will you. It's so rich-looking and gives such splendid wear. In fact, you get a certificate from the International Silver Company, the world's largest silversmiths, which guarantees satisfaction in regular use. Quite a bargain, isn't it? Why, here you are getting beauty and quality and guaranteed service for only 25 cents on a Lux box top. Just cut the top from a large box of Lux Flakes. Write your name and address plainly on a piece of paper. Wrap it around 25 cents in coin. Please don't use stamps. And mail it with the box top, large size, to Lux, Meriden, M-E-R-I-D-E-N, Meriden, Connecticut. This offer is good only in the United States. I'll repeat that. To get your Roger Silverplate serving spoon and cheese server, send 25 cents in coin and your name and address with the top of a large box of Lux Flakes to Lux, Meriden, M-E-R-I-D-E-N, Meriden, Connecticut. And now, Mr. DeMille.
A young girl, flattered by the attentions of a handsome and celebrated pianist, accompanies him to a nightclub. Suddenly, a woman walks over to their table. The pianist tries to leave. He's shot. And the girl finds herself the principal witness at a sensational murder trial. The facts that come out in the courtroom mount into one of the most dramatic and unusual plays we've ever offered you, Confession. And appearing in Confession next Monday night, you'll hear 4 famous Hollywood artists: Miriam Hopkins, Claude Rains, Richard Green, and Anne Shirley. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Miriam Hopkins in Confession with Claude Rains, Richard Green, and Anne Shirley. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Tonight we want to add our word of praise to the great work being done by the American Red Cross. All of us may have a part in the work of this great institution. Those who support the Red Cross form the backbone of a worldwide organization which gives its assistance generously and wholeheartedly to the victims of floods, hurricanes, fires, and other disasters which occur somewhere every year. Today, by your contribution to the Red Cross, you are helping to rebuild devastated areas, to care for the injured, and to provide for the helpless widows and orphans. Tomorrow, this great organization may be doing the same for you and yours. Give your support to the Red Cross now. Join your local chapter tomorrow. Old Aunt Bradna and Akim Tamiroff appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studio. Miss Bradna's new film is called Say It in French. Mr. Tamiroff's Ride a Crooked Mile. Frederick March will appear on the screen next in the Walter Wanger production, Trade Winds. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studio. He directed music for their new picture, Submarine Patrol. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, Pam, darling. You're looking wonderful. Glad you agree with you.
Hello, old man. I'm so glad you could make it.
And it's a body somewhere. Hello, darling. Have you heard about Mira? Hello? Hello?
Is that Kensington 7011?
Yes?
Can Mr. James Brent take a personal call from you?
What?
Oh, just a moment, please. I can't hear you.
Yes.
That's better. Now, what did you say?
Can Mr. James Brent take a personal call, please, from Newton Abbot?
I'll try and get hold of him, but there's a party going on. Hang on a minute.
Oh, Mary, it's lovely to see you. It's been splendid.
Hello, Johnny. You must meet my wife. She's somewhere about.
Cocktail? Or would you rather have a sherry?
Excuse me, sir, please.
Oh, we certainly are, but we're looking forward to it very much.
Excuse me, please.
Yes, what is it, Miss Amy?
You're wanted on the phone, sir.
What now? Who is it?
It's a personal call, sir, from something Abbott.
People will ring up at the most inconvenient moments. John, get Mona another drink. Hello, Lois. Lovely to see you. Come to us somewhere. Hello?
Is that Mr. James Brent speaking personally?
Yes, James Brent speaking.
Just a moment, please. Go ahead, please. Mr. Brent is waiting. Hello, James.
Who's speaking?
Don't you know? It's Faye.
Who did you say? Sorry, the line's bad and there's a lot of noise going on here.
It's Faye.
What did you say? Who is that?
I told you. I'm Faye. You remember Faye? I'm waiting for you to come and meet me.
Meet you? What do you mean?
I'm waiting at the station at Newton Abbot.
Look here, one of us is mad. What are you talking about and who are you?
How often have I got to tell you that I'm Faye?
If this is a practical joke, let me tell you that it's a very heartless and silly one.
It isn't a joke, James. I'm here, waiting. You'll have to come.
Oh, look, this is absurd. How dare you pretend...
Oh, so that's where you are, darling. Telephoning. For goodness sake, come back. People are pouring in. We want some more cocktails mixed. Why? What is it?
Cruel, silly, practical joke. You'd think people had something better to do.
Oh, what is it? Who was it ringing up?
How should I know? Well, I'm going to try and find out.
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected, life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
Can you possibly carry on for a few minutes without me, Pam? I'll be along as soon as I can, my sweet.
Yes, of course. You're really upset, aren't you, darling? What did whoever it was say?
Can I help you?
Hello? This is Mr. James Brent speaking. Kensington 7011. You put through a personal call to me on this number just now. Can you tell me where it came from?
I'll bring you back.
Thank you very much. As soon as you can, please. I'm sorry, Pam. It really made me see red.
But who was it?
Well, I'll tell you all about it in a minute. Now, do go now, darling. The party will be getting out of hand.
Being a great success, that's really the trouble. All right, I'll cope. But do come soon.
Yes. Faye. I wasn't dreaming it. She said Faye. It was her voice, too. Who the devil's going to be playing a trick on me like this? Yes?
Mr. James Brent?
Yes?
I have made inquiries. No personal call has been put through to you today.
What? But I...
No personal call has been put through to you today.
Well, I don't understand. I simply don't understand. I heard her.
Really, James, if you finish telephoning, you might come along. You just stand there looking as though someone had socked you on the head.
Oh, I really am sorry, Pam. I'm with you.
Who was it who rang you up?
Oh, just somebody trying to be funny.
Well, what did he say? Or was it a she?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it was a she. It was nothing in particular.
Darling, you're not leading a double life, I hope. I shouldn't like that at all.
You're the only woman in my life, Pam. I can assure you of that.
Well, you'll have to say so anyway. But something seems to have shattered your morale.
Well, I just don't like silly jokes.
Well, come on, back to the scrimmage. Oh, by the way, I asked Evan and Mary in for bridge tomorrow. I haven't seen Mary for ages, and one can't talk at a do like this. Is that all right?
Yes, of course it's all right. Oh, hello, Evan. Haven't seen you for ages.
Hello, James.
I hear you're coming in for bridge tomorrow. Good show.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Find them cases, Joe. Ah, yes, ma'am. What is that?
Please can you tell me where I'll find the telephone?
Sorry, ma'am. Couldn't hear you. What did you say?
The telephone.
Oh, out by the booking office on the bridge.
It's the front call I want.
And the first box.
Thank you.
Oh, Bert. See a ghost? Ah, it's funny you saying that. That woman who was asking me the way to the telephone boxes. Reckon as I've seen her before somewheres. And seems to me as when I saw her, it's something to do with the dead. Can't just call to mind. Newton Abbott, stopping train to Plymouth. Stopping train to Plymouth. This is Newton Abbott, stopping train to Plymouth.
And I've got the best heart and the trump.
That makes us 2 down. Sorry, James. Your deal, Mary. Cut, please.
Jumping to 4 spades was a bit rash, Pam.
I've had an awful head today. After the party yesterday, I suppose.
It's a jolly good party, Van.
Yes, indeed. Evan and I drank far too much.
Well, one must do something to cheer oneself up nowadays.
1 heart.
3 diamonds?
No bid.
4 clubs. Oh, bother.
Mrs. Lamb will answer it. What did you say? 4 clubs?
Double 4 clubs.
4 diamonds.
Double 4 diamonds.
Yes, Mrs. Lamb, what is it?
It's a personal call for you, sir.
For me? Oh. All right. I've come.
Darling, you don't think...
It's quite all right. Probably Smith about that transfer.
Oh, I wonder if it's lighting up time.
He got a personal call yesterday, Mary, from somewhere or other. It upset him dreadfully.
Oh?
He told me it was someone playing a silly joke on him, but he wouldn't tell me what the joke was. You know, Mary, it really quite worried me.
You got an extension?
Yes, in my bed. Do you think...
I would.
I must just run upstairs and powder my nose.
You women...
Hello?
Just a moment, please. Go ahead, you're through.
James, it's me again.
Faye.
Yes, Faye.
Now, look here. What's the meaning of all this? What kind of a game is it?
It's not a game, James.
If you think you're going to get me rattled...
You needn't be so upset. I just want you to come and meet me.
Meet you? Where?
At Newton Abbott, of course. That's where I am now.
Well, that's a likely story. I checked up last night, it may interest you to know, and no call from Newton Abbott had ever been put through.
But I am at Newton Abbott. Wait, I'll push the door open a little, then you can hear.
Newton Abbott! Newton Abbott! All stations to Plymouth! Coming train to Plymouth!
You hear?
I don't believe it.
Haven't you even noticed what time it is?
What do you mean?
The time. It's 7:15. Don't you remember?
Shut up!
How rough you are, James, darling. But you do see what I mean, don't you?
I don't know what you're talking about. What the hell do you want, anyway?
I want you to come and meet me here.
Where?
Oh, dear, if I got to open this door again. I told you before, I'm where you left me. And I can't leave there until you come.
This has got to stop, I tell you. It's got to stop. Hello? Hello? Are you there? Damn.
No, but seriously, Mary, I still feel that kids don't really appreciate expensive tours. Oh, hello, James. Well, you put through a successful deal.
What deal?
Or was it a bit more personal than that, old man?
No, nothing important. Where's Pam?
It's powdering your nose. Oh, there you are, Pam.
Now, where have we got up to? Oh, yes. 4 diamonds doubled. That's your shot, James.
Oh, no bid.
Are you finding it difficult to keep your mind on the game, dear?
No, of course not. What do you mean?
What's the matter, Pam? Not feeling faint or anything, are you?
It's just my head. I told you I had a bad head.
Look here, I think we'd better stop. It's nearly 7:30, and we've only just started this rubber. Pam's not feeling well, I can see that. Now, come along, Evan.
Oh.
Evan.
All right, don't kick me. Well, so long, you people. See you again after you come back from abroad. When are you off?
Day after tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it, I can tell you. Nowhere like La Belle France for a holiday now.
Ah, but you shouldn't take the wife.
Don't you believe it? It's going to be our second honeymoon.
Come on, Evan.
I'll see you out.
Well, so long, old man.
Bye, Mary.
Bye, James.
Second honeymoon.
Bye. Enjoy yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry about the head, Pam. Too much gin yesterday evening?
Too much gin covers everything, doesn't it?
Hello? Something the matter? Pam, darling, what have I done to make you look at me like that?
Nothing.
Nonsense, I can see there's something. Have I said something tactless? I'll mix you a small brandy and soda.
James, who is Fay?
What do you mean, Fay? What do you know about Fay?
I know that she's a woman who rings you up on a personal call and that she wants you to come and meet her somewhere and that she seems to know you rather well.
Oh. So you were listening in just now?
Yes.
Oh, my dear girl, you've got the whole thing wrong. You simply don't understand.
You're only too right, I don't.
It isn't the least what you think.
Isn't it?
No, of course it isn't. As a matter of fact, well, Fay was the name of my first wife.
You told me her name was Florence.
Yes, so it was, but I always called her Fay.
So your former wife, who has been dead for over a year, rings you up on the telephone. Most remarkable.
Don't you see it's some wicked, stupid, practical joke, ringing me up and pretending to be a dead woman?
And it happened yesterday, too? And that's why you were so upset?
Naturally. It's a particularly cruel and heartless thing to do.
But how extraordinary. Why should anyone do such a thing?
Oh, there are plenty of batty people in the world, I suppose.
But, James, her voice. Did you recognize her voice? You did, didn't you? That's why you were scared as well as angry. It was Fay's voice.
It sounded like it. But of course...
Where was it she wanted you to meet her? Some railway station or other?
Newton Abbot.
But why Newton Abbot? And what has the time, 7:15, got to do with it?
Because... Well, I've never cared to talk about it much. It's too painful. She was killed in an accident there, you see.
At 7:15?
Yes. Oh, you might as well hear all about it. She'd been getting faint, and she used to have these dizzy spells. We were going back to London after a holiday we'd spent on Dartmoor. We were standing on the platform waiting for the train, and I went to get a paper from the bookstall. She must have felt faint and pitched forward onto the line just as the express came in.
Oh, darling, how tragic for you.
Yes. You can see why I never care to talk about it.
Yes, of course. James, yesterday you were ringing up to find out where that personal call came from. What did they say?
They said no personal call had been put through to me.
Suppose it's true.
What? Suppose what's true?
I've just been reading a book on psychical research. Really, the most extraordinary things happen. Suppose it really is Fay. Suppose her spirit is there, at that railway station, waiting for you.
Do you think I believe that sort of nonsense?
Nobody would play that sort of a joke. Nobody would. And you recognized her voice. Queer things do happen. People who die violent deaths are earthbound, they say.
Who said she died a violent death?
But she fell under a train, didn't she?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Well, then...
Oh, for heaven's sake, don't go on talking about it. To forget. That's all I want, to forget. Let's talk about ourselves. Let's think how lovely it'll be to get to the south of France. The mimosa will be in bloom, and the Mediterranean will be... Oh, so wonderfully blue. Why, when we get out of the train...
Why don't we go by air? It's much more fun.
Oh, no, I hate air travel.
Well, trains are so stuffy and take so much longer.
No, we're going by train. Well, I've got the tickets and everything. That's all settled, dear.
James, let's go down to this place. What is it, Newton Abbot? Tomorrow. Before we go away, let's be there in the station at 7:15.
Of all the idiotic suggestions, we'll do nothing of the sort. A lot of silly, superstitious rubbish. It's nothing but a hoax, I tell you. And anyway, we've got other things to do tomorrow, all sorts of things. We've got an appointment with the lawyers, for one thing, our 2 wills to sign.
I leave you everything I've got, and you leave me everything you've got. But I get the best of the bargain. You're really quite a rich man, aren't you, darling?
Yes. Yes, it's annoying my capital's tied up in the way it is. The money's there, all right. Oh, you know, you may be a rich widow one of these days.
Darling, don't.
Oh, dearest, I was only joking. But you're right. One shouldn't joke about the things that really matter. You and I are going to have long years of happiness together.
Long years of happiness. I'll try and make up to you for all that you must have suffered.
That's my sweet girl.
Milk, letters, papers, bread, laundry. I think that's everything, Mrs. Lamb.
Don't you worry. I'll look after things for you while you're away.
Thank you, Mrs. Lamb. I'm sure you will. Well, it's after 7. You better be getting home.
Wouldn't you like me to stay until Mr. Brent comes back?
No, I shall be all right.
Oh, shall I answer him?
No, I will. Good night, Mrs. Lamb.
Good night, Mum.
Hello? Who is that?
Oh, this is Mr. Enderby of Enderby, Blake and Southern Lucas. Can I speak to Mr. James Brent, please?
Mrs. Brent speaking.
Good evening, Mrs. Brent. You're feeling better, I trust?
Better? I'm quite all right.
Capital. I rang up to acknowledge the receipt of your will, duly signed and witnessed. Your husband brought it in this afternoon. It's quite in order.
Oh, thank you.
I understand that you and your husband are going abroad tomorrow.
Yes, we are.
Allow me to wish you a very pleasant trip.
Thank you.
And no more of these dizzy fits.
Dizzy fits? What do you mean?
Your husband seemed quite worried about you, but I trust they're not serious. You were very wise to rest quietly at home today and not come to my office.
But James said that it was you.
Hello?
Nothing.
I feared we'd been cut off. As I was saying, now, what was I saying?
You were saying that James was worried about my health. That's all nonsense. I'm perfectly well.
These devoted husbands, over-anxious, always over-anxious, but it's the fault on the right side.
Perhaps. Well, thank you, Mr. Enderby, for ringing me up.
Not at all. Bon voyage.
Goodbye. Dizzy fits? Dizzy fits? I've never had anything of the kind. It's just on 7:15. I wonder... Hello?
Can Mr. James Brent take a personal call from Newton Abbot?
Oh, he's out.
Can you say when he would be available?
I don't quite know. This is Mrs. James Brent speaking. Perhaps I would do it instead.
Just one moment, please.
So far away. It's very difficult. Can you hear me?
This is Pamela Brent. Who are you?
I'm Faye Mortimer. I know who you are. Don't travel with him by train.
What? I couldn't quite hear you. Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello, Pam. What's the matter? You look as white as a sheet.
James, what was your first wife's name?
I told you. Faye.
No, I mean her maiden name.
Garland. Why?
It wasn't Mortimer.
Where did you get hold of that name? Who's been telling you things? Come on now. Tell me at once.
Oh, you're hurting me.
Tell me where you got hold of that name.
She said it. Through the telephone.
You mean it's happened again?
Yes. She said her name was Faye Mortimer.
I must have a drink. You better have one too, Pam.
I don't need one.
I'm sorry I lost my temper, darling, but this sort of thing gets one down. Oh, thank goodness we're going away tomorrow, right out of England.
I'm not going.
What's that?
I'm not going.
Why not? What's happened?
I'm not going abroad. I'm going down to Newton Abbot.
You'll do nothing of the kind.
You can't stop me. If you won't come too, I shall go alone. We've got to find out what all this means.
It's a stupid, cruel, practical...
Don't say that again. It isn't true. Whatever it isn't a joke. I think it's her.
Huh?
Faye. Come back. Or never gone away. Just waiting there, where she died. Waiting for you to come.
Stop it, Pam. You want to drive me mad?
You think so, too. Oh, yes, you do. We've got to go there and find out. If you won't come with me, I'll go by myself.
All right. Of course I shall go if you're going. But I don't like it. And I think you're making a great deal of unnecessary fuss about the whole thing.
Robin train to Plymouth on the other side up the stairs.
Paddington.
This platform, 7:15, due in a few minutes.
Is that restaurant called?
Yes, front portion, ma'am.
Torquay.
7:55, number 3 over the bridge.
The next train on number 2 platform is for Exeter and Paddington only. Exeter and Paddington only.
Well, Pam, I hope you're satisfied. This is Newton Abbot Station. See any ghosts about?
Don't take up that sceptical attitude. We've got to be helpful, to be receptive.
Helpful? To whom?
To Faye, of course.
How you can believe this farrago of superstitious nonsense.
Well, I don't believe it exactly. I've just got an open mind. And don't you see, if nothing happens, we'll be free of it. You'll be free of it.
The train standing on platform 3 is the stopping train for Plymouth. All stations to Plymouth.
It's nearly time now. Whereabouts was she standing when it happened?
At the end of the platform.
Let's go there. Just about here.
Yes. Oh, this is pretty ghastly, Pam. It brings it all back so.
I'm sorry, darling. I can see how awful you feel, but I'm sure we're doing the right thing. Now, you were both standing just here.
I wasn't. I got to the bookstore to get a paper.
Yes, I know. But you left Faye here.
Yes. She was quite all right when I left her. But she'd been having these dizzy spells and...
James, why did you tell Mr. Enderby that I'd been having dizzy spells?
I never said you'd been... What on earth do you mean?
Why didn't we both go to his office as we arranged?
Because I thought you had quite enough to do. Or why shouldn't he send a clerk along with the papers?
But the excuse you gave him was that I had fits of giddiness.
Oh, nonsense. Of course not. I can't imagine where he got hold of that idea.
According to him, he got it from you.
What do you mean, according to him? You never saw the old boy.
He rang me up last night.
What?
It would be easy to fall over on the line here. If one did feel dizzy. Or if someone pushed you.
Exeter and Paddington train is coming in.
So you did come, James.
Faye.
Yes, it's Faye. I've been waiting here for you ever since you pushed me onto the train that day.
I never meant to. It was an accident. Just an accident. I didn't mean to push you. Keep away from me. Keep away from me.
Coming round now. Take it easy, Mrs. Brent. There. Like that.
Where?
You're in the station master's office, Mrs. Brent. I'm Inspector Narracott. Now, just drink this. There. That's right.
James. Was he...
He was killed instantly. This has been a great shock to you, I know, Mrs. Brent. But in a way, you've been lucky. You were going away with him on a journey abroad, so I've heard. And maybe you wouldn't have come back.
Not come back?
There have been 3 accidents that we know of. One in Northumberland, one in Wales, and one here last year. In each case, the husband had mentioned previously to someone that his wife was subject to dizzy spells. And in each case, when the accident happened, the husband claimed he had gone to a bookstall to buy a paper. The names were different, but it was the same man. But there was no actual evidence, so this lady here volunteered to help us.
You. It was you who spoke to him on the platform. But you can't be Fay.
Fay was my daughter. Our voices were always exactly alike, and we looked sufficiently like each other for me to pass as her. James Mortimer had never met me.
You trapped him.
He murdered my daughter. I always knew it, but I had to break him down. The first time I rang him up, I was in London, but I pretended it was a personal call from Newton Abbot. The second time, I really did speak from Newton Abbot. The third time I rang up, he was out.
And you spoke to me instead?
Spoke to you? No, I never spoke to you.
But you did. You warned me.
You're wrong. I just rang off.
But someone spoke to me. Someone told me not to go on a journey with him. Someone with a voice just like yours. Someone? But who?
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected. Life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Gary Cooper in The Pride of the Yankees with Virginia Bruce and Edgar Buchanan. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow afternoon in New York's Yankee Stadium, the exciting cry of play ball will begin another World Series. In the clubhouse under the grandstand, as game time comes near, the players will be pulling their uniforms out of the lockers, and there'll be jokes and horseplay because ball players are like that. But one of those lockers will not be open tomorrow. That locker has never been used by anyone since the day in June 1939 when Lou Gehrig hung up his glove for the last time. Lou Gehrig is one of baseball's immortals. His records are on the books for all to read. But Gary Cooper is here on this stage not to bring us a baseball story, but a drama of human courage, the story of a man who knew his destiny and faced it without flinching. That story is the one told in Samuel Goldwyn's fine motion picture, The Pride of the Yankees. And starring with Gary tonight, we present Virginia Bruce and Edgar Buchanan. Lou Gehrig is in the great American tradition, and there certainly is no better choice than Gary Cooper to play the part. I've called on Gary twice in pictures to play heroes from that same tradition, and he's busy with a third one for me now in the story of Dr. Wassel. You know, this evening is a real occasion on this stage, for it was just 9 years ago that Lux Toilet Soap presented the first play in the Lux Radio Theater. And do you remember what was happening then? The Italians were marching into Ethiopia, and Mussolini's army was considered one of the strongest in the world. The first Thin Man picture came out that year, and skirts, believe it or not, were being worn just above the ankle. 9 years ago, millions of you were already using our product. Since then, scientists have made Lux Toilet Soap even better and millions more have joined our family circle. Now here's the anniversary curtain going up on the first act of The Pride of the Yankees, starring Gary Cooper as Lou Gehrig, with Virginia Bruce as Ellie, Edgar Buchanan as Sam Blake, and Elsa Jansen as Mom.
To my own son, I will say to your face, you are good for nothing, Lou Gehrig. All baseball players are good for nothing. Loafers in short pants.
That was what Lou Gehrig's mother told him the day she found out he was a ball player. She was all against it at first, but she came around later. Well, by the way, my name's Sam Blake, and I'm a sports writer. I was kind of a special friend of Lou's, so I know a lot about him. That's what I'm here for now. I want you to know him, too, the way I did. Yeah, Lou's mother had great plans for him. Even when he was just a kid, she had plans. Like the afternoon he came home after a game of sandlot baseball and told his mother he'd like to quit school.
How can you say that? Look at your papa. Look at me. We didn't go to school, and what are we? A janitor, a cook. I want you to be somebody.
Sure, Mom, sure.
Like your Uncle Otto, Louis. Don't you see, Louis? That's why I'm cooking up at Columbia College. So you can go there someday and be an engineer like your Uncle Otto.
But, Mom, maybe I ain't cut out to be an engineer.
What do you want to know?
I want to be a... Gee, I don't know, Mom. An engineer, I guess.
Lou went to school. He even went to Columbia. Worked his way through waiting on tables in a fraternity house. He'd been playing ball all the time, made the varsity. Then one evening he showed up at home for dinner wearing a pledge pin.
Hi, Mom.
What?
I just said hi.
All right. Hi.
Notice anything, Mom?
I notice Papa is late and the soup's getting cold. Sit down, Louis.
Mom, look. I'm wearing a pin. Sigma Alpha Psi.
Oh, Lou. They took you in.
Yeah, this afternoon.
Oh, Lou, everything's going so fine now.
Well, this is just the pledge pin. I get the real pin before long, and when I get it, I'm supposed to give it to my best girl. You still my best girl, Mom?
Always.
Well, it'll mean you'll have to go steady with me. You can't even look at anybody else.
Not even Papa?
All right, Papa.
I didn't know Lou then, but I heard all about those days from his mother. First time I ever ran across him was up at Southfield. I was sitting in an office one spring afternoon talking to the Columbia football coach. Over on Southfield, they were practicing baseball.
Well, Sam, I'm going to build my football team around a new man next fall. A great halfback.
That's so?
Yes, sir. One of the most promising kids I've ever... What the...
Well, you can send for a man to fix that window. Somebody gunning for you, Jim?
Well, there it is. A baseball.
Baseball?
Yeah. Come over here to the window. See that fella trotting around the bases? That's the halfback I was telling you about. Lou Gehrig, a line-plunging fool.
Football? For a kid that can hit a baseball this far?
Well, Sam, there's a pretty stiff wind blowing in this direction.
Yeah? Well, that wind could blow him right into the major leagues. I got hold of Lou one afternoon a few days later. I told him Miller Huggins of the Yankees would like to give him a chance to play ball. He looked at me like he was going to faint.
Yankees? You mean the New York Yankees?
I don't mean the Chillicothe Yankees.
Oh, thanks. Gee, that's wonderful, but I'm going to be an engineer.
Engineer. That's what he told me. And I guess he would have been an engineer, except something happened. Getting philosophical, it was one of those corners you turn in life. Just a little twist in the road.
Hiya, Pop. You dinner ready yet? Shh.
Lou, listen. Mama is sick.
What do you mean, sick? Mama?
Yes. She never said anything, but now she's sick.
Well, you get a doctor. I'll go right away.
No, he's here. He's in there with her now. She didn't want him because it would cost $2.
Well, what's wrong? What did he say?
Here he is. Well, Doctor, is it serious, Doctor?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
We've got to get your wife to the hospital immediately.
The general hospital is rather crowded just now, but I'll see if I can make arrangements.
There must be room in one of the wards. Wait a minute. Mom's not going to a ward. She's going to have the best of everything. A good room in a private hospital. Lou, beggars can be choosers. A private hospital costs money, and where are we going to get it? Well, I know where I can get it. I'll get an advance on my salary. On what? My salary. I've got a chance to join the Yankees. Oh, nurse.
Yes?
Nurse, can we see Mrs. Garrick now?
I think so. We're going to take her downstairs for another treatment. But you can only stay a moment.
That's all right. I've got to catch a train and...
I see. We'll bring her right out. Wait here.
Thank you. Well, Pop, did you read that contract?
It's wonderful, Louis. Wonderful. So now you're a real baseballer, huh?
Sure. That's signed by Miller Huggins. He's the Yankees manager. Louis, there's one thing I don't understand. If you're going to be with the Yankees, why are they sending you from New York to Hartford to bring you back to New York? Well, they're sending me to play with the Hartford team for a while to give me the experience I need. That's the way they work it. Uh-huh. How are you going to work it? Work what? Mama, you going to tell her? Well, sure. She'll understand. Yeah, sure. I think I'll go for a walk. Oh, you stay here, Pop.
Louis.
There she is. Hello, Mom.
Look, I'm like a baby in a carriage, Louis.
Well, you let 'em wheel you around here till you're all well again, here? How's my best girl, Mom?
Fine.
Well, how they treating you?
Wonderful. I can't get over how much they give you here for nothing.
Well, that's great, Mom. Now, look, I want to tell you something.
Excuse me a minute. I'm going for a smoke.
Come here, Pop.
What's the matter?
Well, it's nothing, Mom. Really, I'm going away, that's all. I'm going to Hartford.
Harvard College. Oh, that's wonderful. You are going to be a great engineer, and Harvard Engineering School is good, huh?
Well, you see,
I'm afraid we'll have to take her now.
Oh, well, I'll tell you about it later, Mom. Goodbye.
Leaving on track 5, Bridgeport, New Haven, Hartford.
But look, Louis, suppose Mama finds out. What about me? Well, protect yourself in the clenches, Pop. So long. Wait, what about mail? Suppose Mama writes you. Well, she'll write the letters, but you'll mail them, see? But what about the money you'll be sending me? How will I explain that? Well, tell her you got a job. A job? Who, me? You. Goodbye, Pop.
Louis, wait. What kind of a job?
Well, that's up to you. Goodbye.
What?
I got a job. But what?
Ha. I know. Politics.
Good morning, Mrs. Garrick.
Good morning, Mrs. Roberts. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Garrick.
Good morning.
Well, you saw the papers this morning.
Papers. The one says white, the other black. I never read them.
But you must be very proud of your son.
My Lou, of course. But I just can't get over how wonderful everything is with my husband, Mr. Garrick, you know. You want to know when he leaves for work? When he feels like it. Political at $25 a week.
Wow.
What is it, Papa? Wow, what?
Nothing. Just wow.
Oh, now, who is that? Oh, Mrs. Fabini, good morning.
Oh, I couldn't wait for you to come to the door. Isn't it exciting?
It's in the paper all about Lou. Gee, isn't it great?
Shut up.
Wait. What is it all about?
Did you read in the paper about a Lou?
Paper, Lou?
Here it is. Read it.
Garrick recalled from Hartford by Yankees?
Mama, we'll talk about it later.
We'll talk about it now.
Hey, Mom. Hello, Mom.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, look, if you don't mind, I think there are a few things I ought to talk over with the folks. Well, how's my best girl, Mom? What's the matter, Mom?
Well, I'd better go, too.
Where? To work?
I'll be right back, Louis.
Mom, about Hartford. I didn't go there just because I wanted to play baseball. I went because we needed the money. You were sick, and the doctor said you might die.
I wish I had died, rather than see you give up everything we planned. For what? To play ball. Oh, a disgrace like that.
Well, it's not such a disgrace to play with the Yankees.
That's what we came to America for? So that you would play baseball? After all my plans for you to follow after your Uncle Otto.
Mom, people have got to live their own lives. Nobody can live it for you. Well, nobody could have made a ball player out of Uncle Otto. and nobody can make anything but a ball player out of me.
To my own son, I'll say it to your face. You are a good-for-nothing, Lou Gehrig. All baseballers are good for nothing. Loafers in short pants.
Mom, you've never been to a ball game. Maybe there's something to it. Say, why don't you come out some afternoon and watch?
Never, never. I don't see Lou. Where's Lou?
He's not out on the field yet, Mama. The game hasn't started.
You sure we came to the right baseball park?
Yes, Mama.
Oh, and those men down there, they are not the players?
No, Mama. They are getting the field ready, Mama.
Oh, what do they do with the pillows?
They are not pillows. They are bases. You slide into them, Mama.
I slide into them?
Just watch, Mama. Huh? Just watch.
Scorecard. Get your scorecard. Get your scorecard. You can't tell the players without a scorecard, lady.
My own son, I can tell. The others are none of my business.
Your son playing?
Sure. Lou Gehrig.
Gehrig? Never heard of him. Substitute?
No. Yankee.
Well, Mom didn't get a chance to see Lou that afternoon. Not in action, anyway. It was a long time and a lot of baseball games later before he came up to bat. It happened at Comiskey Park in Chicago.
Gehrig, get up there. Who, me? Yes, you. You're batting for Wally Pip. Now get a hold of one, kid.
Sure, Mr. Huggins. Lou started off the bench like a blue streak. Here was his chance. So what does he do? He goes right up to the pile of bats, slips on him, and falls flat on his back. There was a girl at the game that day in the field box just back of first base.
Hey, Tanglefoot!
It was Eleanor Twitchell started that. Tanglefoot, she said, and the crowd took it up like a battle cry.
Oh, Tanglefoot!
Well, Eleanor, you really started something.
Didn't I? Dreadful, isn't it, Dad?
Tanglefoot! Whoa!
I seen who tied a label on that rookie.
What's his name?
Gehrig.
He looks like a hitter, though, from where I sit.
Oh, a nice single. Beautiful.
I knew he could hit, Eleanor.
Yeah. Oh, look, Dad, he's looking over this way, right at me. I guess he knows I started it. He's an awful mad ball player, isn't he?
In Chicago, the Yankees used to have dinner in the same restaurant every night. After Lou's first game, I was there eating with him when Eleanor Twitchell and her father came in.
Hiya, Yankees. Enjoying your stay in Chicago?
Well, hello there.
Hello there, losers.
Hello, Mr. Twitchell. Tell your boys to bring their horseshoes with them when they come to New York next trip.
Oh, you can't win with alibis. Oh, hello, Mr. Blake.
Hello, Miss Twitchell.
Say, how's the rookie? Has he...
Look out!
Oh!
Hey, come on, pick her up. Pick her up.
Over the chair. Hey, ha-ha, Tanglefoot.
Come on, pick her up. You okay, Miss Twitchell?
Sure, I'm okay. Boy, what a Brody.
Well, that's all right, Miss Twitchell. A thing like that can happen to anybody.
Miss Twitchell, this is Mr. Gehrig.
Well, I'm glad to see you, Miss Twitchell.
What's so funny? Oh, all right, we're even.
Well, if we're even, maybe you'll sit down with me.
Sure. Well, Mr. Gehrig, I hear this is your first game today.
My first appearance, and am I glad to get out of the lumber business? Oh, but you wouldn't know what that means. That means...
I know what it means.
Well, what does it mean?
Picking splinters off of your pants from sitting on the bench so long.
Gee, you do know, don't you?
How long do you expect to stay off the bench, Mr. Gehrig?
Well, I'll tell you, I got a hunch I'm going to play for a long while.
Uh-oh, Wally Pitt must be awfully sick.
Say, what are you doing with this Yankee? Hello, Sam.
Hello, Mr. Twitchell.
This is my father, Mr. Gehrig.
Well, hello, Mr. How do you do? Oh, you're the Yankees' first baseman, eh? Yes, sir, at last. Well, I like the way you stand up to the ball, Gehrig. A lot of power there. Well, there, Miss Twitchell. Your father knows a ball player when he sees one. Yes, he stands up to the plate fine.
Yes, he does. And he falls down on the bat pretty good, too, Dad. Tanglefoot.
Nice playing in those last two games, Lou. Pip is sick long enough, you'll have a good chance to show what you can do.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Say, Blake.
What?
Blake, you know a lot about women.
Me? Oh, certainly.
Well, what does it mean when a girl says you remind her of a Newfoundland puppy?
Well, if it was an Airedale, that'd be bad. Or a police dog, that'd be fatal. But a Newfoundland puppy. I'd see her again if I was you.
Well, she didn't say Airedale. Thanks, Blake. I'll take your advice. Mr. DeMille now stars Gary Cooper, Virginia Bruce, and Edgar Buchanan will return in Act 2 of The Pride of the Yankees. And now, a young man and a girl who's made a hit.
Gee, Mary, what a break to meet a girl like you. Look, I'm on a date tomorrow. I've only got a few days leave, and I sure want to see you some more.
Yes, Mary's made a hit. And she gives the credit to her smart new dress.
Of course. I know that shade of blue is just right for me. And the hat helped, too.
But if you asked Bill what Mary wore that evening, he'd tell you...
Oh, I don't know. Something keen, all right. The hat? It seems to me it was little. All I remember is how pretty she looked. Boy, what a complexion.
Which proves again that a new dress is all very fine, but it's lovely skin that really does the trick. Yes, a soft, smooth complexion is the charm that wins. And clever girls know a quick, easy care that protects this charm, helps skin to be fresher, more appealing. They depend on the daily beauty facials 9 out of 10 screen stars use. Active lather facials with Lux toilet soap. Here's what they do.
Just smooth the creamy lather well in, lots and lots of it, then rinse with warm water and splash on cold. Pat dry with a soft towel. Simple, but it works.
Now, why don't you try Hollywood's beauty facials every single day? You'll find Lux toilet soap's rich lather gives your complexion gentle, thorough care. Really brings it new loveliness. Active lather whisks away stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt, leaves skin feeling satin smooth. Why not ask your dealer for Lux toilet soap tomorrow? And if he's temporarily out of stock due to wartime conditions, he'll have more soon. Remember, Hollywood's beauty soap is worth waiting for. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Pride of the Yankees, starring Gary Cooper as Lou Gehrig, with Virginia Bruce as Ellie and Edgar Buchanan as Sam Blake.
Yeah, Lou took my advice all right. Every time the team got back to Chicago, he went scooting out to see if he could find Eleanor Twitchell. He found her, too. They got along fine. Yes, sir, especially the time Lou took her dancing out to a nightclub. That night was another turning point in Lou's life.
Well, Mr. Gehrig, to your first World Series.
Oh, don't say that, not yet. We've got 6 more cities waiting for us, and anything can happen. Say, do you realize this is my last night in Chicago this season, and this is goodbye?
My, what a lot of them. 6 more to go. 6 more goodbyes.
6 more what?
Well, you play in 7 cities. When you're on the road, you must have a girl in every city. A ball player's like a sailor, isn't he? A girl in every port. What's Miss Boston's name?
I never had a girl in Boston.
Haven't you?
No.
What about Philadelphia?
No.
St. Louis?
No.
Cleveland? Washington? New York?
Hey, you forgot Chicago.
Chicago? Who?
Well, aren't you my girl?
Why, Lou, I don't know what you mean by your girl. Your best girl? Is that what you mean?
Well, I've seen you 4 days in a row, and you're out with me here tonight. Isn't that what best girls do?
Is it? I wonder if I'm going to miss you.
Can't you find out before I go?
No, isn't that too bad? Why is it always like that?
I have no idea.
Seems silly, doesn't it? Oh, I like that tune, don't you? Will you dance with me?
Sure.
Lou.
What?
Lou, if I do miss you, I wish I knew how much I was going to.
I wish you knew before I left.
Shall I try?
How?
Well, shall I? Lou, where do you go from here?
Detroit?
All right. You see, I close my eyes and make believe it's tomorrow night and that I'm dancing with someone else.
Oh, yeah, I get the idea.
All right, you ready? My eyes are closed. Are you in Detroit?
Yep, I'm sitting in the lobby of the Statler Hotel.
Now, who am I dancing with? Let me see. Who do I know? Harold Chandler. Oh, Bill Talbot, Jim Johnson, Jack Austin, Bill Church, Sam Price.
Hey.
What?
I'm tired of this game. I don't like it. I'm back in Chicago.
And I'm laughing again.
The Yankees won the pennant that year, played against the Cardinals in the World Series. One morning in St. Louis, just before the game, the boys went over to a hospital for crippled kids. The rest of the team left. Lou was sitting talking to a little boy, a little fellow who couldn't walk.
Mr. Gary, will you autograph my ball, too?
Sure, let's see it.
There's Babe Ruth's name there. He promised to hit a homer for me today.
Well, what do you know? Say, you're quite a fan, aren't you?
I like baseball. I used to play a lot.
And you'll play again. Billy, you know there isn't anything you can't do if you try hard enough.
You think so?
Sure.
Could you knock a home run for me this afternoon?
Well, you've already been promised one by Babe Ruth.
Could you?
Well, that's a pretty tall order. Okay.
Could you knock 2 homers?
2 homers in a World Series?
Well, Mr. Gary, you said that you could do anything if you tried hard enough. That's what you said.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, I'll hit 2 homers for you if you'll hit 1 for me.
Me? How?
You've got to promise me that one of these days you're going to get up out of this bed and go home on your own power.
But how can I?
If you want to do something hard enough, you can do it. Hey, we can both do it, can't we?
Sure we can.
Well, that's the idea. Well, so long, Billy.
So long, Mr. Gary.
Just make it Lou.
Oh, so long, Lou.
Read all about it. Paper, Yanks beat Cards, Road That's Homer.
Road That's Homer. Gary gets to him. Pepper.
Road That's what?
Gary gets to him.
Hey.
Pepper. Nice going, Lou.
Thanks.
Wait till we get him in New York. Where's Gary?
Hey, Lou.
Hello, Sam.
The doctor's got a telegram for you, Lou.
Here you are, Mr. Garrick.
Oh, thank you.
That was a great thing this afternoon, Mr. Garrick. 2 home runs in the World Series.
Love.
What?
Love, it says love.
Who says?
Hey, conductor, get me to Chicago.
Wait a minute.
Tonight. Say, how can I do it? Stop the train. Let me off.
Well, you can change trains at Fenway.
I'll change.
Lou, listen. Who says love?
Who? Who?
Look, I'm the one who's asking. Who?
You know, Sam, you're a fine fella. I like you. Goodbye, Sam.
He's nutty enough to be on the Dodgers.
Hey, what's the idea?
Oh, hello, officer.
What are you doing around here? You don't live in this house.
No.
Well, what are you doing here then?
Well, I was calling on a young lady.
At 4 o'clock in the morning. What for?
Well, if you must know, I'm calling on the young lady to ask her to marry me.
I see. And who are you?
My name's Lou Gehrig.
Lou who?
Gehrig.
Gary. Hey, let me see you. Yeah. I didn't recognize you in the dark. My name is O'Doul. Oh, I'm glad to know you, Gary.
What is it?
Is Miss Twitchell home?
Yeah, we want to see Miss Twitchell.
A policeman. What's she done?
Nothing yet. Wake her up and tell her Lou Gehrig wants to see her, will you?
Yes, sir. Will you come in and wait in the parlor?
Yeah. Go on in, Lou. Go ahead.
I'll call her. Miss Twitchell?
Sit down, Lou. Sit down. Don't be so fidgety.
Oh, thanks, officer.
Miss Twitchell? What is it? A policeman wants to see you. A policeman? And a fella named Lou Gehrig. Lou? Where is he? Lou?
Oh, Lou.
I got your wire. I came right away.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Look, it said love.
Yes, love. Oh, lots of love.
Eleanor.
Oh, Lou. I've missed you so.
Well, I guess you don't need me anymore.
Oh, what a night of this is, Mrs. Gehrig. You must be proud. Louis should be home any minute now. I don't know what's keeping him.
I love a surprise party.
Look, it's ruined.
Papa, stop watching with the food.
I give you the instructions. You said you would tell Apple. You got it wrong. You have ruined everything.
I couldn't help it, Mr. Gehrig. I just delivered the cake, that's all.
What happened?
Look, the baseball player on top of the cake. They made Louis a right-handed batter.
I didn't even know what it was. Mr. Apple just told me to deliver it.
The only one in America that don't know that Louis is a southpaw, and he has to be our baker.
Maybe nobody will notice it, Papa.
A right-handed batter. Oh.
Here he comes. Quiet, everybody. Quiet.
Hide. Everybody hide.
Mom. Oh, Mom.
Louis, welcome home.
Hey, what is all this? Hello, everybody. Hello.
Lou.
Hello, Mom. How's my best girl?
Oh, wonderful.
Now, wait. I've got a surprise for you, too.
Quiet.
Mom, this is Ellie. Eleanor Twitchell.
Hello, Mrs. Gehrig.
And this is my pop.
How are you?
Mom, Pop, there's something I got to tell you. I guess there's only one way to do this thing. Mom, Mrs. Gehrig, meet Mrs. Gehrig.
What?
I mean, as soon as we get married.
Congratulations, Lou.
You are going to get married.
Lou's done nothing but talk about you, Mrs. Gehrig. I'm so happy.
I got some refreshments in the other room.
Come on, everybody. Food.
By the end of next season, you can finish up in Chicago, then come back here and get a little house and fix it up. And then we'll get married.
Oh,
I'm sorry, miss, but I'm trying to clean up this lobby. That's my job.
I'm sorry. Oh, Lou, I think we're getting a gentle hint that it's late. I better go up to my room.
Okay. Good night, Eleanor.
Good night. Oh, Lou, do you think your mother likes me?
Like you? Well, how could she help liking you?
I just wondered. I guess I was wrong.
What about?
Oh, nothing. Good night, Lou.
Good night.
I must say, miss, you have picked out the most beautiful number in the store.
Yes, it's lovely.
Ellie, if you are looking for a chiffon robe...
Oh, I found it, Mom. Look, just what I want. Isn't it beautiful?
It don't look very practical. And it looks second-hand, too.
It's an antique.
Antique. Louis can afford to buy new stuff. I'll show you, Ellie. Look at this one over here. Strong and practical. It lasts a lifetime.
But, Mom, I worked out sort of a scheme.
It was only a suggestion.
You see the rug in the bedroom.
Oh, the rug. That reminds me. Look at this pattern, Ellie. You see? And the rug is exactly the right size for your living room.
Oh, that's the pattern.
Look at the flowers and the birds. It will go with any kind of drapes, because it's got so many colors.
Well, I was planning on it.
It's almost an exact duplicate of the first rug we had in our house, only more so. That's why I bought it for you. It's your wedding present, Ellie.
Oh, thank you, Mom.
House is really getting to look like something, Ellie.
Yes.
Where do you want this chiffon robe, lady?
Oh, but that's not the right chiffon robe.
I asked them to bring it up, Ellie, to see how it would look. Put it down over there.
But, Mom...
You can live with it for a while, and then if you don't like
I can send it back.
Oh, I promise you won't send it back. Not with the scarf on it.
You can stay in this room, Max.
Oh, what's that?
The bedroom paper, miss.
Oh, I'm sorry you've made a mistake. It's the wrong pattern. This is the one I selected.
All was changed this morning.
Who changed it?
I did. Isn't this one beautiful?
Oh, but, Mom, this little rose pattern I picked out.
I guarantee you wouldn't like it if you saw it on the wall. Neither would Louis.
Oh, but Lou was with me when I picked it out. He liked it.
Oh, men like anything. Where's Lou?
He's upstairs.
Oh, just wait until he sees this paper. Like he had when he was a little boy.
Hand me that screwdriver, will you, Pop?
Louis, listen a minute.
What, Pop?
Louis, I never gave you much advice. First, you wouldn't take it. Second, I've been married 35 years, Louis, and I've learned one thing.
Well?
Can't you read between the lines, Louis? It's not anything I can say in so many words, and yet it's something that if you don't handle it right... Don't say anything about this to Mama, huh?
About what?
What I told you.
What did you tell me?
Well, can I be plainer?
But you like this pattern, Ellie, I know.
It's all right, Mom. It doesn't make that much difference.
And if you don't like the chiffon robe...
I'll probably get used to it.
Oh, you are very sweet, Ellie, to admit you are wrong.
Ellie.
Oh, Louis, look, the same wallpaper you had when you were a little boy.
Ellie, what's the matter?
Nothing. I just... Excuse me a minute.
Oh, what's wrong with Ellie?
Ellie? Nothing.
What happened? Was it about this?
The chiffon robe?
Yes. That's not the one she ordered. She wanted
It wasn't practical, not even mahogany. The drawers were too small.
But she liked it.
Well, she liked the other wallpaper, too, at first. But I convinced her. Oh, she's very sensible, Louis. You are lucky to get a girl like her.
That's right. Sit down, will you, Mom?
What?
Sit down, Mom, please.
Oh, yes, Lou.
Ellie, I just had a nice talk with your future mother-in-law.
What about?
Oh, lots of things. Mostly about interior decorating. You know that wallpaper she picked out?
Yes, it's very nice.
Well, I saw it, and it's terrible. And so is that chiffon robe.
You mean the one that just came in?
I mean the one that just went out. I told him to take it back.
I'd have nightmares looking at that thing.
Oh, Lou Gehrig, I think I could learn to like you. But I hope you didn't hurt Mom's feelings.
Well, I probably did, but she'll get over it. You can't run a baseball team with two captains, or a household with two bosses. There's going to be only one boss of this house, so you'd better get that apron off and get your nose powdered.
Why?
Well, I just telephoned Sam Blake to get the mayor of New Rochelle over here right away.
What for?
Why, I thought you wanted to get married.
You mean now? This morning?
Yeah, and for the honeymoon, do you know where I'll take you?
Where?
The ball game.
Oh, darling, I love ball games.
They went to the Yankee Stadium right after the ceremony. A great day in the life of Lou Gehrig. But there was another turn in the road that was coming, only we didn't know it then. Lou and Eleanor were all smiles when the photographer snapped their pictures on the field.
Oh, we'll get a great play on these pictures. Taking the day Lou won all 3 American League championships. Batting average, home runs.
You got it wrong, fella. This is the day I got married.
Yeah, Lou was all smiles. That turn in the road was just ahead. A tough turn to take, and he was traveling toward it fast.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Gary Cooper with Virginia Bruce and Edgar Buchanan in Act 3 of The Pride of the Yankees. And now, let's listen to 2 very pleased young men.
Hey, Joe, pinch me, will you? Rita Hayworth just lighted a cigarette for me.
Think you're somebody, huh? Well, look me over, pal. Who do you think I just had coffee with? Betty Grable.
That was no imaginary scene, Mr. Kennedy. It happened at the Hollywood Canteen. And every night the servicemen who drop in are welcomed by famous stars like Rita Hayworth and Betty Grable.
Yes, Libby, screen stars give unselfishly of time and effort to make that canteen a grand success. Lots of them put in an evening there, even when they've been working hard on a picture all day.
And look fresh as daisies, too, Mr. Kennedy. Though usually they don't have as much time to rest as the average busy person. But here's something they depend on to give them a real beauty pickup.
Something to do with Lux toilet soap, maybe, Libby?
But definitely, Mr. Kennedy. It's a Lux Soap Beauty Bath, and it's a Screen Stars formula for quick refreshment after a long day. Rita Hayworth says she loves the creamy Lux Soap lather, the way it leaves skin fresh and sweet. Betty Grable says her Lux Soap bath is so refreshing. She's keen about the nice perfume it leaves on her skin, too.
Well, Libby, that's a real Hollywood beauty tip. It's true that the lovely stars who use Lux toilet soap regularly for their million-dollar complexions find it makes a delightful bath soap, too. Try it. You'll agree with the stars who say the creamy, active lather leaves skin exquisitely fresh and smooth, makes daintiness sure. Lux toilet soap is hard-milled, so each fragrant white cake lasts a long time. These days, when it's patriotic to save soap, that's important. And Lux soap will last even longer if you're careful to put it in a soap dish that's dry. So treat yourself to the real luxury of a daily Lux soap bath. You'll find it very inexpensive because Hollywood's beauty soap costs but a few cents a cake. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
It's a long time since Gary Cooper has been in the Lux Radio Theater, and you'll meet him in person after the play. Now the curtain rises on the 3rd act of The Pride of the Yankees, starring Gary Cooper with Virginia Bruce and Edgar Buchanan.
I guess there never were 2 happier people in the world than Lou and Ellie Gehrig. No, sir. She was the proudest wife I ever saw. She used to stand in front of the cabinet that held all Lou's trophies, just looking.
The most valuable player in the American League. Oh, Dad was right, wasn't he? He knew a ball player when he saw one.
Hey.
What's the matter, Lou?
Oh, it's funny. When you said that Chicago restaurant jumped right up in my lap. But that wasn't yesterday, was it? Tanglefoot?
No. But I certainly didn't know what I was walking into that night. Mr. Gehrig, meet Miss Twitchell.
And I left my little world behind me.
Your world? What do you mean?
Oh, darling, baseball life's so different. Sort of a little world all by itself. You play it in the spring, in the summer, in the fall, and you talk about it in the winter. You really eat, drink, and sleep it.
Yeah. Yes, you have had a dish of it. Look, say, how's this, Ellie? Those spring training trips must be pretty dull for a girl. How about you passing up Florida this spring? You know, take a little vacation for yourself.
Oh, all right, Lou. It has been a long time since you've palled around with the team. Give you a little vacation, too. We have seen a lot of each other.
Yes, it's an idea.
Yes, it is.
Well, that's settled.
Yes. Oh, Lou,
Ellie, you don't want to stay
wait.
here, do you? I didn't mean that.
Neither did I.
Well, then what'd you say it for?
You said it. Oh, Lou, that tickles.
Hey, you're going to leave me, huh?
Lou!
Hey, get this, my hammerlock.
Oh, darling, the table.
Hey, Uncle, I got your shoulders down. I got you.
All right, I give up.
Hey.
Hiya, folks. Hey, what goes on?
Just a little wrestling match, Sam.
Hello, Sam.
Say, you just handed me my next story on a silver platter. How I Beat My Wife by Lou Gehrig.
Next.
Well, kill him, look.
You lay off our private life, Sam.
And what'll I write about?
Oh, about a half a column.
Fine, fine. If I were in the middle of the Sahara Desert dying of thirst, you'd bring me vinegar.
Want some more, Lou?
Yeah, they're great. Say, these are the kind of flapjacks Mom used to make.
It's Mom's recipes, if you didn't know it.
Anybody home?
In here. Mom and Pop, they said they'd be over this morning.
Hello.
Hello, Pop.
Hello, Ellie.
Hello, Ellie. Hello, Mom.
Hello, Louie. Hello, Pop.
Hello, Lou.
Hello, Mom. Sit down, Pop. Sit down, Pop, and have some breakfast.
Eating breakfast?
Yes, Lou's been raving about your flapjack recipe, Mom.
Now, don't let him eat too many, Ellie. He'll get fat.
What if I do? Then I can quit baseball. What?
Louis, are you crazy?
I've always had a hankering to go in for engineering. You know that, Mom.
Engineering. The best ball player in the world wastes his time like that.
Well, Lou always told me that his Uncle Otto...
Uncle Otto, schmotto. Digging stitches, that's all he ever did. The world's full of Ottos. But how many Lou Gehrigs are there?
Look at him, Mama, eating flapjacks on the most important day of his life.
Important?
Lou, don't tell me you have forgotten what day this is.
I don't know. Ellie?
Not your birthday, is it?
I'm surprised at you, Ellie. Today's the day Lou Gehrig is playing his 2000th consecutive baseball game.
So what?
So what?
Look at him pretending he don't care. Come on, get a wiggle on you. The ballpark will be crowded and the fans will give you an automobile.
An automobile? Maybe they'll give him a yacht.
Sure, I'd better go, huh?
Well, all right, if that's the way you feel about it. But I warn you, all you'll get is a horseshoe of roses.
Don't be a cynic, Ellie.
A horseshoe of roses with good luck Lou Gehrig on a ribbon.
They'll get him an automobile at least.
I say a yacht.
Sure, at least.
All right. But you'll come home with a horseshoe of roses.
Ellie, are you home?
Evening, Mr. Gehrig. Oh, what's that thing?
Well, this a horseshoe of roses. The fans gave it to me.
Well, what do you know? Set it down. Lovely, isn't it? Good luck, Lou Gehrig. No automobile, Mr. Gehrig? No yacht?
No, I was lucky to get away with my life. I struck out 3 times. The last time in the 9th with the bases full.
Oh, darling. Darling, I'd give you the Yankee Stadium.
Well, I wanted to knock a home run for you today, but maybe I tried too hard.
Good luck, Lou Gehrig. Good luck. If they only knew what I know. If they only realized what lies back of those 2,000 games you've played. Here, darling. Here's a rosebud for you from me. This is for the time you had 103 fever and played a doubleheader.
Well, this is one for you for having brown eyes.
And here's one for you when you played 12 innings in St. Louis with a broken toe.
And here's one for being the greatest fan a man ever had.
And here's for the time in Chicago you got beamed and went on playing.
Hey, take it easy. Cut it out. Hey, look out. You're tickling. No fair. Hey.
This has been our bringing home a yacht.
No, stop. Hey.
You want to wrestle, huh?
Hey, Ellie, wait.
What's the matter? Come on, now, don't pretend. I won fair and square.
Oh, wait a second.
Lou, what is it?
It's my shoulder.
What's the matter with it?
I don't know. It feels funny. I must have sprained it or something. It felt kind of stiff at the game, too. Maybe that's why I struck out.
Come on, darling. I'll get the liniment.
It was more than a sprain. Sprain will work out in a week or so. This thing went on. It wasn't only the shoulder either. Lou began to slow down. Couldn't seem to run out a sure hit. Fielding went haywire. He finished out the season, though, and he started with the team again the following year. But he was getting worse all the time. Then came the afternoon when he's to be taken out of the game.
Your attention, please. Dahlgren now playing first base for New York, replacing Gehrig.
2,130 games. 14 years. Well, it's just routine, Lou. When a place like this, they give you x-rays, a cardiograph, the metabolism, the fluoroscope, the works. Then they're liable to tell you got dandruff. It's happened time and again. I had a friend of mine came here once.
Got any chewing gum, Sam?
Yeah, here. I had a talk with the doc the other day, Lou. He said he never ran up against a better physical specimen. Strong as an ox, he said you were. I talked it over with the x-ray guy, too. Boy, what a send-off he gave you. Heart okay, lungs okay, everything okay. Lou, I'll bet you 10 to 1. Here's the doc. Hiya, Doc.
Well, how did I do, Doctor?
Mr. Gehrig, I'm afraid you'll have to give up baseball for a while.
Go ahead, Doc. I'm a man who likes to know his batting average.
I've only made a superficial examination of the tests. We'll need some new x-rays.
Give it to me straight. Am I through with baseball?
I'm afraid so.
Any worse than that?
You heard what the doc said, Lou. He's got to go over the tests again.
Oh, wait a minute. Is it 3 strikes, Doc?
You want it straight?
Sure I do. Straight.
It's 3 strikes.
I see. Doc, I've learned one thing. All the arguing in the world can't change the decision of the umpire. How much time have I got?
Well, pardon me. Yes? Oh, have Mrs. Gehrig come in, please.
Look, Doc, I don't want Mrs. Gehrig to know, ever.
I understand. For the newspapers?
Oh, Sam here can take care of that, can't you, Sam?
Well, sure I will. Yeah, leave it to me. I'll cook up something.
Hello.
Hi, Ellie. Well, darling, the verdict's in. I'm not such a bad ball player. I've really got something, haven't I, Doc?
What is it, Lou?
Well, I'd be cured of it by the time I learned how to pronounce it.
Can you pronounce it, Doctor?
Well, we really haven't concluded all our tests. Come along, Mr. Gehrig. They're waiting in the x-ray room.
Just one more for the record, huh? Sure. Right back, Ellie.
Sam, what did the doctor tell Lou?
Say, Ellie, you'll never get all the pictures they've taken of him into that scrapbook of yours. You'd think he was a glamour boy.
What did the doctor tell him, Sam?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Some little thing with a long name, with some kind of itis. I don't know. He'll have to lay off for a while. So what? He'll be back next season, or the season after.
Tell me the truth, Sam.
I am telling the truth, Ellie, honest. I swear it. I swear on a stack of Bibles. You heard what the doctor said.
When is Lou going to die?
Ellie, who told you?
Nobody had to tell me. I could read it in your eyes, all of you. Oh, it's all right, Sam. He'll never find out that I know. Only he's so young yet. So strong. Oh, Sam.
That was a sad thing to watch. Lou and Ellie hiding from each other the thing they both knew. What everyone in America knew. But it was never mentioned. Even when it got so bad that Lou couldn't lift his arms to fix his tie, Ellie had to do it for him.
There you are. You look beautiful.
Thanks, Ellie. I never could tie a bow tie.
You know what? This Lou Gehrig Day affair. Personally, I think it's a come-on, a ballyhoo to get more money out of the Yankees next season.
That's it. Hey, we're going to knock 'em dead when we come back, huh? Did you think we can get 50,000 out of those tightwads?
Not a cent under 100,000. Why, it stands to reason, Lou. You'll be twice as good after you've had a rest. But, you know, we've never had a honeymoon. Why shouldn't we have one now?
Sure. Better late than never. Hey,
What about Niagara Falls, huh?
Sure, and then we can go up to northern Canada and go fishing.
You know what I've been thinking? Maybe we could take a trip around the world.
Yes, all the things we've never had time for. We've all the time in the world now, haven't we?
Yeah. We have all the time in the world now. Oh, well, here, I've got something for you.
What?
Open it up and see. It's a bracelet. I had it made up from some of the hardware I've collected. Like it, Ellie?
Oh, Lou, I adore it. Darling, I remember when you got every one of these medals.
That's the one I get the most kick out of, the batting championship I won the year we were married. Here, Ellie. Are you crying?
I've got a right to cry a little. It's so beautiful.
Well, I wanted you to have it, Ellie, because you've given me so much. You've been so...
Darling, are you making love to me?
You bet I am.
Lou Gehrig Day, they called it. And 60,000 people jammed the Yankee Stadium to pay him tribute. On the way to the field, Ellie walked alongside of Lou. She had to stay close to him now, holding his arm, trying not to let him know that she was helping him to walk. And then a kid came up to Lou, a young fellow about 18.
Oh, Mr. Gehrig.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Gehrig, don't you remember me? You knocked out 2 home runs for me one afternoon.
Oh, sure. I remember you. How are you, son?
Just great. I've been waiting here all afternoon because I had to tell you something. I just got in town today and I had to tell you. I did what you said. I tried hard and I made it. Look, I can walk.
Well, gee, that's great work, kid. That's wonderful. Hey, have you got a ticket for the game?
Yes, sir. You bet.
Well, so long.
So long, Mr. Gehrig.
60,000 people come there to show Lou Gehrig what they felt in their hearts. To say farewell to the pride of the Yankees. Mary LaGuardia was there. Babe Ruth. Postmaster General Jim Farley. There were speeches about Lou, and Ellie was listening away off there in the shadow of the players' entrance where she could cry without anyone seeing her. She was waiting there to take him home, sit with him, help him around that turn in the road that was coming so soon. Then Lou came up to the microphone. He was all choked up, and the crowd rose to its feet, and they told him they loved him.
I've been walking on ball fields for 16 years, and I've never received anything but kindness and encouragement from you fans. I've had the great honor to have played with these great veteran ball players on my left, Murderers Row, our championship team of 1927. I've had the further honor of living with and playing with these men on my right, the Bronx Bombers, the Yankees of today. I have been given fame and undeserved praise by the boys up there behind the wire in the press box, my friends, the sports writers. I've worked under the 2 greatest managers of all time, Miller Huggins and Joe McCarthy. I have a mother and father who fought to give me help and a solid background in my youth. I have a wife, a companion for life, who has shown me more courage than I ever knew. People all say that I've had a bad break, but today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
those who sat up behind home plate and over back of first base and out in the bleachers won't forget the day Lou Gehrig said goodbye. And here in the Lux Radio Theater, we'll always remember the sincerity of Gary Cooper, Virginia Bruce, and Edgar Buchanan.
Thank you, C.B. Glad to be back here.
You know, it's a funny thing about Americans. You can take a boy and put him in a jungle on New Guinea or somewhere, and he'll still want to know how the ball game came on.
Yeah, and if the fellow's from Brooklyn and he's carrying a gun, you better tell him quick.
How are you and Mr. DeMille getting along with the story of Dr. Wassel, Gary?
Okay.
All right, I think everything must be going well, Edgar. They tell me Gary turned up at the Paramount Portrait Photographers the other day to have his picture taken. And there's probably not a man in the United States who hates to have his picture taken as much as Gary.
Well, it must have been pretty important.
Well, after the photographer was revived from the shock and discovered how important it was, he went to work, set up a lot of lights, found the right camera angle, and made a really artistic portrait.
What did you want it for, Gary?
Fishing license.
I guess you and C.B. must have a pretty exciting picture coming up.
Same old DeMille.
How's that?
Big bathtub scene.
Beautiful girl?
Yeah, no. Me.
Gary Cooper in a DeMille bathtub scene. Listen, there's just one thing I want to know. What kind of soap did you use?
Is there more than one kind?
That's all there is for me. I've used Lux soap for years, and I think it's grand. Really helps to keep one's complexion just right.
Now, if you give credit to Lux, Virginia, there's no doubt about it.
Well, what are you figuring on for next week, C.B.?
A screenplay that's a hit all over the country right now, Gary. It's the 20th Century Fox picture, Heaven Can Wait. And our stars will be Don Amici and Maureen O'Hara. This is a delightfully original story of a man who all his life had a certain amount of trouble with women. Heaven Can Wait has drama and it has comedy, the kind you expect from an Ernst Lubitsch picture. And that means you will have good entertainment next Monday night.
I know your audience will like that, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. See you on the set, Gary. Ladies and gentlemen, your peacetime community chest has become a war chest. And a nationwide appeal for the National War Fund of $125 million begins today. The money will be used for organizations like the USO, working with the armed forces, to help American boys who are prisoners of war, and to relieve suffering among people in the path of war, and to help the unfortunate in your own community. We hope every one of you will give generously and a little more to the National War Fund. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Don Amici and Maureen O'Hara in Heaven Can Wait. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
If you haven't heard George Burns and Gracie Allen this year, you've been missing great entertainment and some of the season's biggest laughs. They're on the Columbia Network every Tuesday evening with a great cast, Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills, and his orchestra. So hear George Burns and Gracie Allen tomorrow night at the same hour over your Columbia station. Gary Cooper is now appearing in the Paramount picture For Whom the Bell Tolls. Virginia Bruce is currently making the RKO picture International Zone. Edgar Buchanan is working in the 20th Century Fox production Buffalo Bill. Heard in tonight's play were Elsa Jansen as Mom, Griff Barnett as Pop, and Hugh Blease, Ken Christie, Robert Harris, Bobby Larson, Joe Pinario, Eugene Forsythe, Stanley Farrar, and Boyd Davis. Norman Field, Eddie Marr, Leo Cleary, and Charles Seal. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Don Amici and Maureen O'Hara in Heaven Can Wait.
Mothers, in spite of food shortages, get the vitamins and minerals your family needs. Get Vims. Vims give you all the vitamins government experts say are essential, balanced in the formula doctors endorse. All the minerals commonly lacking, too. Vims cost only a nickel a day in the family size at your druggist. Remember, it's VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Get that Vims feeling. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in Brief Moment.
Lux presents Hollywood. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your loyalty to Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap. A loyalty which makes it possible for our sponsors to bring you the Lux Radio Theater. Our program tonight features Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in Brief Moment, with Nigel Bruce, Louis Calhern, and Paul Harvey. We're also host to Jimmy Starr, noted Hollywood columnist. Louis Silvers directs our music. And now, our program opens with word from our producer, that celebrated personality. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
I don't understand you.
Don't you? I suppose you realize that this girl has fallen in love with you.
Who said so?
Your mother told me. She's quite worried about it.
Oh, ridiculous.
Perhaps, but I'm not interested in that. What I want to know is, are you in love with her?
Angela.
Are you, Mac?
Of course not. Whatever put such nonsense into your head? The only reason I'm interested in this girl is that she can supply me with material for my novel.
Well, I just wanted to make sure, Mac, because, well, people are beginning to talk.
I don't see why.
No? You think this creature of yours is an innocent young lamb, don't you? A tender flower blooming in the slums. Well, she isn't.
What?
She isn't. I've taken the trouble to find out. Do you suppose that the night you found her in the court was the first time she'd been arrested?
You mean she's been arrested before that?
Of course.
On what charge?
Suppose we call it...
Ear was out. But to make it more sure, she adds, I boiled an egg hard and took out the yolk and filled it with salt. And when I went to bed, I ate it, shell and all, without speaking or drinking after it. I certainly hope that the girl got the boy. She earned him. And I trust our observance of St. Valentine's Day will prove more enjoyable. The presentation of Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in the romantic play Brief Moment. Down the street from our theater is the RKO studio, which claims the services of both Miss Rogers and Mr. Fairbanks, whom you'll soon see together in the picture Having Wonderful Time. Ginger at the moment is making Vivacious Lady, and after that starts dancing with Fred Astaire in a new musical. Doug has just finished co-starring with Irene Dunn in Joy of Living, and shortly he and Cary Grant begin Gunga Din. Tonight, he's Roderick Dean, and Miss Rogers is Abby in S.N. Berman's notable success of stage and screen. Brief Moment also brings us Louis Calhern as Cass Worthing and Paul Harvey as Manny Walsh, both from the original New York cast, while Nigel Bruce, long familiar as a figure on the stage and screen in this country and England, is heard as Seagreft. The footlights flash on. Louis Silver's baton is raised as the curtain rises on the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in Brief Moment. It's a grim, cold winter morning. The street windows of the Apex lunchroom in Pittsburgh are white with frost. In the tiled interior of the overheated restaurant, a waitress stands at the cashier's desk, balancing a tray on one hand as she leans across the counter.
Anything yet, Mabel?
Huh?
Did a telegram come for me?
Say, what is this? You expecting good news or something?
Well, I'm expecting something.
Hey, sister, what about those eggs over easy?
All right. Give me a chance.
Well, snap it up.
Let me know if something comes, will you, Mabel?
Okay, I'll let you know.
Shake it up, Chef. Oatmeal number 3. Hey, Gertie. What, Abby? There's a guy in there who wants 2 eggs over easy. If you can deliver, you might get that nickel tip. Oh, deliver yourself. I got my own troubles. Say, what's the matter with you anyway? You've been moping around here all week with a face a mile long. No, I'm fed up with this place. I'm fed up with the grease, and I'm fed up with the people who eat it. I've got a cold in the head, and I feel rotten, and I'm going to get out of here before I brain somebody with a platter. 2 eggs over easy.
2 eggs.
You mean you're going to quit, Abby? I hope so. Oh, you're crazy. Where are you going? I'm going to New York. I'm waiting for a wire now from Manny Walsh. Manny Walsh? The guy that used to drive a hack around here? Well, he don't drive a hack anymore. He's a big shot there. He owns a nightclub. Huh. I suppose that makes you a chorus girl in the floor show. Oh, what's so funny about that? Huh? You mean it? Sure. I wrote him a week ago. He's a friend of my Pop's. He'll do something for me. Yeah? Yeah.
2 eggs, over easy. Here, watch that batter. It's hot.
Okay. Meanwhile, I'm still hustling beans.
Hey, Abby.
What?
I was just coming in after you. Something did come. Look, a telegram.
Oh, gee, open it quick. I got my hands full.
I thought you was kidding or something.
Well, what does it say? Quick.
Hey, what about those eggs?
Here it is. Holden job open. Anxious to see you, man.
Oh, I knew it. I knew he'd come through.
Hey, sister, I can't wait all day.
Oh, you can as far as I'm concerned.
Hey!
So long, Mabel. I'm on my way.
Okay, Miss Payne, it's that door over there. You can go right in. He's expecting you.
Thanks. Hello, Manny.
Abby. Gee, Abby, it's swell to see you. Come in.
Thanks.
I've been waiting for you. Let me look at you. Say, you look all right. Sit down. Just get in?
Yeah. I just came over from the station.
Well, I won't take up any more of your time, Manny.
Oh, yeah. Abby, this is Cass Worthing. This is Abby Fane, Cass, daughter of an old friend of mine.
How do you do?
How are you?
Your first visit to New York?
Yeah, well, I was here when I was a kid. I don't remember much about it, though.
Well, anything I can do for you.
Well, thanks.
Goodbye, Miss Fane. So long, Manny.
Yeah.
Who is he?
Society guy. Polo player mostly, but he thinks he's pretty hot at stud poker, too. He was just in paying off.
Oh. Gee, it's a nice place you got here, Manny.
Nothing to what I'm going to have. I'm going up and up, Abby, all the way. So you want a job, huh?
Yeah. I can sing a little and I can dance. I'm best at singing, I guess.
Sure. I'll get one of the kids in the line to teach you the routines and all. If you make out okay, we'll move you up.
Oh, gee, I don't know how to thank you, Manny.
What for?
Oh, giving me a break without even knowing what I can do.
Oh, I don't have to know it. You're a sweet kid. That's what counts in this racket. And as long as you stay a sweet kid, you'll be okay.
Yeah. I get it.
Oh, boss.
Yeah?
That guy Whiting had some flowers sent up. They're for the lady.
Me?
Yeah, here you are.
Oh, well, thanks. Gee, that was kind of nice of him, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was okay.
Listen to this in the scandal column. What new chorus girl at the Hotsy Totsy has caught the eye of what socialite polo player?
I'll bet it's Cass again.
I'll bet you're right.
Have you seen this? Abby Fane has been moved out of the chorus line at the Hotsy Totsy. The three-goal man at the floor table is all smiles.
The way you wear your hat, the way you sip your tea, the memory of all that.
Well, there she is, Rod. Did I brag out of turn?
Oh, decidedly not, Cass. Pure understatement, if anything.
She's beautiful.
What do you think of her, Sig? Sig! Wake him up, will you, Cass?
Say, Sig.
What do you think of her?
Just a moment, I was not thinking of her at all. I hope you don't mind.
No, go back to sleep.
Thank you, Rod.
Sig's an intellectual, Cass. A fat, lazy intellectual.
Not fat, please. Stout.
She's coming over.
Oh, hello, Cass.
Hello, Abby. Sit down. Oh, this is Roderick Dean, Abby.
Oh, hello.
How do you do?
And Harold Seagrift.
Good evening.
How are you?
Not at all well, thank you.
I'd better apologize for Sig in advance, Miss Fane. He's very rude.
Just ignore me.
All right.
We heard your number, and I enjoyed it very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dean.
I'll have to thank Cass for bringing us. I'm sorry I didn't know about it sooner.
Uh-oh, watch out for this fellow, Abby. Don't believe a word he says. He's no good.
Really?
Too much money, no ambition.
Is ambition one of your virtues, Cass?
Well, at least I play polo. Rod doesn't even do that. A perfectly useless character. I'm warning you, Abby.
I don't believe you.
Oh, I'm afraid he's right. Well, we'd better get along, Sig. We've got a lot of places to cover tonight.
Oh, no, Rod.
Come on. Good night, Miss Fane.
Good night.
Night, Cass.
Good night.
Now, listen, Rod, if you think I'm going trips, you're going from one nightclub to another.
Quiet, Sig. It's early.
Crazy guy.
He seems nice.
Oh, I guess he's all right. I only brought him here to show you off to him.
Oh, very sweet.
Listen, a certain well-known poloist is still holding hands with a certain torch singer. His friends are very much surprised.
Wonder if it'll be wedding bells over at the Hotsy Totsy. Abby Fane is choosing her trousseau, but he chooses not to talk. We're still wondering.
Manny, listen to this. That socialite is now en route for Europe, and that torch singer is really singing blue.
I ought to go over there and find that guy. I ought to punch him right in the snoot.
Oh, stop it, Manny. It's all over. Forget it.
Will you, Abby?
Oh, get over it. You can get over anything in time.
You were pretty daffy about that bird, weren't you?
I guess so.
Abby, I wish I could do something.
Oh, you've done everything, Manny. I'd still be slinging beans back in Pittsburgh if it weren't for you.
I wasn't thinking about that. What I meant was, well, when you take a rap like this, it helps sometimes if you... Oh, I know I ain't much of a bargain, but Abby.
What? What, Manny? Oh, I'm sorry. What was it you said?
Nothing. Try and snap out of it.
Oh, I'll be all right. I'll pull out of it, and you'll never know the difference.
Sure, you'll be okay.
Nice night, boss. We ain't got a table left.
Yeah. Oh, see Abby?
In a dressing room, I guess.
Oh.
Oh, hello, Manny.
Hello.
What's on your mind?
Nothing much. There, I see that guy's here again.
Who?
Oh, what's his name? Roderick Dean.
Oh, Rod. I thought... Oh, yes, Rod said he was coming tonight.
Got a friend with him. Fat guy.
Well, that's Sig, I guess.
And that Dean guy's been showing up pretty regular the last couple of months.
Well, that makes him one of your best customers.
Not if he's like his pal, it don't. I don't want to see you get burned again, Abby.
Oh, don't worry. Rod's all right.
Uh-huh. Well, he looks okay.
Of course, it's none of my business, Rod, but just why do you want to marry her?
Very simple. I adore her.
You don't have to marry her to adore her.
I think adoration alone would bore Abby. I couldn't hold her with it, and I've got to hold her. It's important for me, see?
Important? A blues singer in a nightclub?
Oh, you're a snob, that's all. The girl's magnificent. Her vitality is magnificent. After all, who am I? A millionaire's son? Well, what of it? The town's rotten with them. I've been a failure at everything, a complete washout. And don't think I don't know it.
Will the prima donna of the Hotsy Totsy Club change all that?
Oh, I don't say she will. All I say is it's no concession for me to marry her. She may turn me down flat.
If she turns you down, Rod, then I'm Skippy.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I'm Manny Walsh.
Yes, we met before, I think.
That's right.
This is Harold Sigrift.
How do you do?
How are you? Mr. Dean, I'd like to speak to you a minute. We can go in my office if you want.
No, we can stay here. Sig, didn't you say you had a call to make?
No, not that I remember.
Oh, go on, Sig, be pleasant.
Do I have to move? Surely, Mr. Walsh, you can talk in front of baby. You can spell out the big words.
Sorry, it's personal.
Oh, very well. Why was I doomed to live in so giddy an age?
Sit down, Mr. Walsh.
Thanks. I wanted to speak to you about Abby.
Yes?
She means a lot to me, Mr. Dean.
It's a sympathy we share. Cigarette?
Thanks. She'll probably give me blazes if she finds out I talked to you. Better not tell her.
Are you afraid of her?
No, not exactly afraid, except, Abby's the first dame that ever got the best of me.
How?
That's it. I don't know. Nothing she does. Only I feel she knows everything I'm thinking, but that I don't know everything she's thinking.
Is Abby mysterious? I never got that impression.
Maybe not, but she buffaloes me. It's funny, too, because we've been pretty good friends. I mean, I've always tried to sort of look after her, you know?
Yes. That's what you're doing now, aren't you?
Huh?
You don't know me very well. We've only met once or twice. You're here to give me the once-over. That's it, isn't it?
Well, if you want to put it that way, yes.
Of course. Very decent of you.
It's just that I wanted to feel sure that she ain't making a mistake.
Well, do I pass?
Yeah, I guess so.
Thanks.
I mean, well, you look all right anyhow.
She's
coming out for her number. I better beat it. Will you be seeing her later?
I imagine so. She was coming up to my place.
Well, don't say anything about me speaking to you.
I won't.
Cuddle up and don't be blue. All your fears are
All right.
Yes. It seems kind of funny to go up in an elevator 30 flights and then climb 2 more.
It's the curse of living in a penthouse. Here we are. Go ahead. Lights on your left. Well, what do you think of the place?
Gee, it's so high my ears hurt.
You like it?
Swell.
It's empty most of the time. Cigarettes on the table.
Thanks.
Well, sweetheart, what's the answer?
To what?
You know to what. When I asked you to marry me the other night, you said you wanted a day to think it over.
That's right, I did.
Well, have you thought?
No.
Want another day?
No. I was stringing you.
What?
I knew all the time I'd say yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You mean it, Abby?
Mm-hmm.
Come here. Oh, I can't tell you what it was like waiting.
The delay was just technique.
Oh,
By the way, what did Manny want?
Huh?
Well, I saw him speaking to you at the club.
Oh, well, we just dropped in for a chat.
Now, Manny's no chatter. What did he have to say?
Well, his mission was very generous, really. He wanted to give me the once-over.
Really? Do you think you got by?
Well, I think I passed. But I have a feeling he'll want to speak to me again. In fact, I'm practically certain. Almost as certain as the feeling I have about you.
You know, sometimes I feel you're kidding. The way you talk. Well, not to me alone, but in general.
Well, that's a defense. I have to kid about things.
Why?
Because I'm not sure of them. Or of myself.
Well, I don't get you, Rod. You're young, you're rich, you're attractive. You've got everything in the world.
And yet...
What?
I'm afraid if I say it, it'll sound ridiculous.
Well, what if it does? Go on, say it.
Well, I'm very introspective, I suppose.
What does that mean?
I think about myself.
Well, so do I. All the time. I love it.
Well, that's different. I think of myself in relation to the outside world, to life, and I seem to myself to be so highly unnecessary. I'm surrounded by successful people, all of them much more talented than I am. I've tried art, I've tried writing songs,
Well,
I've tried...
what of it? Tin Pan Alley. If you knew the mugs I know who are hits in Tin Pan Alley.
No, that's not the point. The point is that Tin Pan Alley does express them. I'm unemployed spiritually. I'm simply trying to convey to you that you're marrying a failure.
Oh, don't say that, Rod. You'll be a success with me.
I think so, too. But you've got to help me. I've gone from one thing to another. I can't find base. You've got to help me.
Of course I will.
You're everything I'm not, Abby. I love you for it.
Same here.
Look at me. You're beautiful, Abby. Beautiful.
Rod,
What, darling?
I can't do it. I can't go through with it, Rod. I thought I could, but it's no use.
What do you mean?
I can't marry you.
Why not?
Because I've got nothing to offer you. Not a thing.
You must let me be the judge of that.
Well, you see, I'm not in love with you, Rod.
I see. Well, you're fond of me, aren't you?
Yes. You're too good to be true.
I'll take that for a start.
No. It's more than that. It's that I don't want to fall in love again. As far as that sort of thing is concerned, I'm willing to call it a day.
Is it Cass-worthy?
Yes. Well, I got over it all right. Nearly killed me, but I finally did. I thought when you started to call me, well, it seemed so nice, and I didn't know there were men like you. I guess I thought this was a way out for me. Security, independence. That's what I thought. That's the lowdown, Rod. But you're too nice for that. You can do better than that. I advise you to pass it up, Rod.
Do you?
Yes, Rod.
But Worthing, is it over?
Yes.
Really over? Are you sure?
Well, you get to a point where you don't feel anything anymore.
Then I hope you'll never mention it again. I don't see how I could expect you to organize your past as a kind of prelude to my appearance, a kind of prolonged entrance music. If we can organize the future, we'll be doing pretty well.
You mean After what I just said?
Yes, Abby.
Oh, Rod, I'm a failure, too, in a way. We can comfort each other.
Or draw strength from each other. The things I can give you don't really count. But you'll have all my love, Abby. I hope that someday I'll have yours. Well, is it a deal?
Yes. It's a deal.
Act One, Brief Moment, starring Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. During the short intermission, with the assistance of two ladies from our audience here in the Lux Radio Theater, we're going to play a game. It's fun for everybody, so we invite our radio audience to join us. I'm going to mention two words, each of which has more than one meaning. How many meanings can you think of for each of these words? We'll start with the young lady in the blue dress. Your name, please.
Helen Murphy.
Occupation?
Stenographer.
Address?
412 North Camarillo Street, Hollywood.
Can you give us three meanings for the word fresh?
Well, fresh, let's see. Fruit is fresh when it isn't canned, and fresh can mean smart alecky, like a boy gets fresh as paint.
Yes, I guess they do sometimes. A third meaning?
Let's see. Fresh can mean sweet and dainty, like...
Like silk things after they're luxed?
Perfect example.
Now for our second contestant. Name, occupation, and address.
Mrs. Anderson. I'm a housewife, and I live in Laurel Canyon, Hollywood.
The word is fade, F-A-D-E. Can you give us three meanings for the word fade?
Fade. Let's see. Well, sound can fade away, and fade is a term you use in football, like fade back for a pass.
Did you say your occupation was housewife? Well, can you give us a third meaning for fade?
Why, yes, colors may fade, too. But I find that if they're safe in water, they're safe in Lux.
You're a housewife, all right, and a clever one. One of the many reasons so many women stick to Lux Flakes is that they don't fade colors. This is especially important in the case of underthings, because, of course, fastidious women wash these after each wearing. Lux not only freshens them, leaves them absolutely dainty, but also leaves the color and the fabric new-looking. So always wash underthings with Lux Flakes. And now, back to Mr. DeMille. Brief Moment, starring Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., with Nigel Bruce, Louis Calhern, and Paul Harvey. 6 months have gone by, and Abby is married to Roderick Dean. There's little left of the nightclub singer. In her place is a woman, refined and cultured, at least to the casual observer. In a fashionable shop on Fifth Avenue, she sits at a long counter, placing an order for gloves.
I'll take these 2 pairs, please.
Yes, madam.
And the gray. Do you know where to send them?
Yes.
Mrs. Roderick Dean, isn't it?
What, Cass? Well, that'll be all, please.
Yes, madam.
How are you, Cass?
Oh, how are you?
Much better, thanks.
Why, I was right about the name.
Oh, yes. I've been married for about 6 months now.
Yes, I heard about it. I just got back yesterday. Well, you're looking well, Abby.
Thank you.
Funny my running into you. I was going to give you a ring tonight.
Were you? Well, you saved yourself a nickel.
Could we have some tea?
Oh, I'm afraid not, Cass.
Oh, dinner, perhaps?
No, it's impossible. We're having friends.
Oh.
Oh, not that you aren't.
Thanks.
Well, I've got to run.
Oh, wait a minute. When am I going to see you?
Oh, well, we're having a party a week from Thursday.
Oh, not before then.
Well, of course. Give me a ring, Cass.
All right, I will.
Mrs. Dean. Yes, Louise.
Mr. Worthing is here.
Oh, well, ask him to come in. Cass? Hello, Cass. You know you weren't due here tonight, you know.
Oh, I always make it a point to be early.
Oh, well, sit down. It's nice to see you.
Thank you. Who was that heavily bearded gent I passed on the way in?
Oh, I guess you mean Sergei Voloshin. He's a moving picture director.
Oh, Hollywood?
Yes, and points west. He's Russian.
Yes, I gathered that. What was he doing, tempting you with offers?
Oh, hardly. I met him at a party a few weeks ago. He's very interesting. I asked him to drop up for tea and...
This is like a relay race. Lucky for you, you're married to a nut like Roderick Dean.
I beg your pardon.
Russian movie directors. No sane man would stand for it.
Anything else, Cass?
Yes? Why didn't you show up yesterday?
I told you I couldn't.
But you didn't say why.
Have you forgotten the name is Dean now, Mr. Worthing?
I think I know what's the matter with you, Abby.
You've gone lady on me. You were much more amusing in the old days.
I don't believe that. In the old days, as you so fondly call them, you took me very casually. Now I must say you're a little more attentive. Contradictory, isn't it?
Abby, you're bitter.
No, I don't think I am.
You can't forgive me, but I'll make you. And when you have, you'll forget that you ever resented me.
Now you're getting complicated. That's not your style.
Abby, you know I mean more to you than anybody.
Really?
Husband or no husband.
Why?
Because you know what we were to each other.
I hardly remember.
I don't believe you.
It's another life, Cass, dear.
It's the same life, Abby. You're my kind. You're more like me than anybody.
No, Cass. I used to think I was like you. I used to try to be like you. I'm changed now.
What changed you?
You, partly. Roderick Dean, mostly. You see, I'm trying to be like him now.
And you've forgotten me.
Completely.
You're a liar, Abby.
Mr. Worthing?
I know, and you know. It's just the same as it always was.
No, Cass, believe me, it isn't.
Oh, it isn't, eh? Well, I'll show you.
Cass, behave yourself.
Abby.
Behave, do you hear? Let me go. Let me. Cass, will you please?
Abby, hello. Taking wrestling lessons?
Oh, hello, Sig. Come in.
Oh, thanks.
You see, Cass, how absurd it is to try to make love to me here? Completely impractical.
Oh, hello, Cass.
Hello.
Oh, did Rod come with you, Sig?
Yes, he...
Hello, Abby.
Hello, darling. Come here. We have a visitor.
Oh, Cass.
Oh, how are you? Excuse me, will you? I was just leaving.
Well, what's the matter with him?
Is this what is known as a situation, Sig?
Well, it was in pre-war days.
He looked a bit upset, didn't he? Too bad. Cass Worthing's one fellow I always envied for his self-sufficiency.
Occasionally he requires cooperation.
Does he?
I'd better explain the meaning of that innuendo, Rod. You see, when Sig came in the room, he saw Worthing kissing me. But he did it without encouragement. It was not cooperative.
It's always better to hear these things from your wife and from your best friends.
I started to say I envy Worthing. And I envied him even without knowing that Abby kissed him.
Well, he kissed Abby.
Thank you, Sig.
Well, what country started the Great War?
Oh, stop chattering, Sig. I envy him because he doesn't worry about anything. Isn't troubled by anything. Never thinks about anything but his own pleasure. I wish I were more like him.
I'm glad you're not.
Are you?
Oh, what time is it?
6:30.
Oh, my goodness, I've got to be thinking about getting dressed.
Yes, I have to, I suppose. What time do we dine?
8 o'clock.
How delightfully European. Well, goodbye until then.
So long, Sig. Come here, Rod. Is there anything wrong?
Not a thing. Why?
Now, don't tell Abby. You haven't even kissed me yet.
Sorry. All right?
Much better. How about you?
Completely cured.
Not completely, I'm afraid. Have I lost my magic?
I adore you.
Really? And I adore you, too, darling.
That's so. Anything else?
Yes, I adore life, I think. I adore sitting here with you so close to me, waiting to dress for dinner. And you know, Rod, I think of all the people doing the same thing. Famous people, too. Dressing to come here to dine in my house with me. I get an awful kick out of it.
Mrs. Newly Rich.
Well, of course. There's nothing in the world so delicious as being a newly rich.
It has its drawbacks.
How?
All these famous people of yours who come here to dine. They're not really famous, you know, except among themselves. If you really want to know the truth, there are a lot of chattering mediocrities.
Rod.
The celebrated Mr. Voloshin, for instance.
Voloshin is your friend, Rod.
He's an acquaintance.
Well, but you invited him here before.
I didn't expect him to become a habit.
Rod, what's the matter with
Nor
you?
Dr. Vick, the big specialist from Vienna, nor Mrs. Lamson, the exponent of the new poetry,
Oh,
nor
Rod,
Mrs.
stop it. If I've invited these people here, it's because I thought it was the thing to do, because I thought you liked it.
Well, I don't.
Well, I'm sorry, but you could tell me about it without giving me a lecture on it.
I didn't mean it like that. Oh, let's not quarrel, Abby. You know, it's like a war. I couldn't survive victory.
Neither could I.
I don't know what's the matter with me, Abby. The one thing in the world I really want is to make you happy. I guess I'm even a failure at that.
No, you're not. I am happy, Rod. Believe me, I'm happier than I've ever been in my life. Oh, darling, I love you.
And I love you, Abby.
And is it all right now? Really?
Positively.
And you won't be jealous anymore.
Jealous?
Well, that's what this is all about. Oh, I know. But what I told you is true. Worthing kissed me. Do you believe that, Rod?
I told you, Abby. I love you.
did you shut the door, Cass?
Because I want to talk to you.
Now, you shouldn't have come here tonight,
Well,
Cass.
everybody else in town did.
And you shouldn't be drinking.
Well, what should I be doing?
You never were a very successful drinker. Liquor brings you out, unfortunately.
Well, I had no idea of coming here at all. This afternoon when I left you, I said to myself, that's that. I called it quits. I could have killed you.
And what made you forgive me?
Oh, I didn't.
What happened?
Oh, I went round to the club and had a fast workout in the shower. I thought that'd fix me up.
Oh, Cass, do you mean to tell me that I survived a fast workout?
You did?
Oh, I'm flattered. Go on.
Oh, Abby, why don't you chuck this pose and be yourself? I'm mad about you, Abby. Crazy mad. Can't you see that?
That has a familiar ring, Cass.
You don't believe me.
Are you surprised at that? And if I did believe you, it wouldn't make any difference. You're a little late, Cass.
Oh, now, listen, Abby. I was a fool before, but Abby, listen. Give me another chance. I'll make it up to you.
But I don't want you to make it up to me. Can't you understand that, Cass? Now, come on, let's go down and dance.
Wait, you can't turn me down like this.
I'm sorry.
Well, when will I see you?
I don't know.
Will you have lunch with me tomorrow?
Well, call me.
What about late tonight?
It's very difficult.
Well, you can do it if you want to.
How?
For an hour. Well, what's the harm in my taking you out for a little drive in the park?
All right, perhaps.
No. Promise.
All right, Cass.
Well, is it a date?
Yes, now, for pity's sakes, let's go down there and dance.
All right. Hello.
Oh, hello, Manny.
Oh, how are you, Manny? Excuse me, will you?
You having a good time, Manny?
Okay. It's crowded like the Hotsy-Totsy on Saturday night.
Say, you look solemn. What's it all about?
Oh, it's about that sorehead who just went out.
Really? Why?
Now, listen, you can't kid me. What's he doing here?
Well, it's a big party. I can't keep him from coming to a big party.
Well, I don't like it. It's bad business, Abby.
No, Manny, it isn't.
Abby.
Trust me.
This Rod is a sweet guy.
No one knows it as well as I do.
Then what are you doing messing around with Worthing? You know what a runaround he gave you in the old days.
I seem to remember something of the sort.
He's one baby you can't fool with. You know that, don't you?
Yes, but I'm better equipped than I used to be. That's why I'm telling you not to worry. Because I'm not worried, Manny. Honest, I'm
Enjoying our little party, Sig?
Hardly. I don't believe you are either.
I'm not.
I noticed it. You spent most of your time downstairs glaring in the general direction of the handsome polo player.
Was it that noticeable?
Only to me. You're jealous, aren't you? I can't say that I blame you.
It's strange, though. I have flares of rage, flares of indignation, but they don't last. I can't keep it up. Isn't it awful?
Would you like to assassinate Worthing?
Only momentarily. How does one sustain a hate? I have moments of it when I lose sight of the triviality of this little intrigue, a brief moment of petulance against the whole background of life. And my indignation vanishes. My hate simmers down. That's abnormal, isn't it? To feel like that? What's the matter with me? What can I do?
You can't do anything. You've either got too much sense to be annoyed or too little.
Come on, Worthing.
Oh, what for?
You'll see. Will you gentlemen excuse us?
Certainly.
I won't get up for anybody.
I want to talk to Worthing. That's why I got him up here.
Well, what do you want to talk to me about?
You'll find out.
Come on, Sig, be a gentleman.
You wait a minute now. You don't have to go. Whatever Manny's got to say to me, he can say to me here.
If you weren't so drunk.
Well, what if I am drunk?
Really, Manny, come on now.
He's been saying some foolish things downstairs. Saying them out loud.
Why shouldn't he say foolish things out loud if he wants to?
Oh, don't be so polite, Dean. You know what it's all about.
I'm afraid I don't.
Well, then I'll tell you.
Keep your mouth shut, Worthing.
Well, what is this, a convention?
Abby, come here. I want to tell him. I want him to know.
Well, now, Cass, for heaven's sake.
You don't understand. I don't want to be undercover about this. I want him to know.
Shut your face.
Now, Manny, don't go defending my honor.
Well, you might as well know, Dean. Abby and I were pretty good friends once.
I'm warning you, Worthing.
As a matter of fact, we were a little more than good friends. We were...
Manny, don't...
Oh. Well, he asked for it. He was just aching for it.
Is he dead, Manny?
No such luck. Well, that kisser of his won't be so handsome in the morning. Get up, Worthing.
You know, Manny, I don't think you should have done that.
Oh, shut up. If you had any backbone, you'd have done it yourself.
Would I?
Are you all right, Cass?
Yes, I'm all right.
Well, then, will you tell Rod what you just now said is a lie?
Well, what's the difference? We've got a date tonight, haven't we?
A date? Oh, Cass.
Well, you said you'd meet me. You promised. I'll be waiting for you.
I think you'd better leave, Cass.
Well, I'll be waiting at my place. You can call me there.
And still the party goes on.
Guess I'll go down and see he gets out all right. night, Abby.
Good night. Well, except for a few minor mishaps, it's a very successful party, isn't it?
Too successful. It's worn me out.
Oh, don't go yet, Sig. Come on, let's chat.
Oh, thanks, my dear, but I'm getting a bit sleepy.
Well, then I'll go downstairs with you, Sig. They'll all be leaving pretty soon. Well, it's all over, thank heaven. I've just beated the last guest. Tired, Rod?
A little.
Let's get some sleep, shall we?
What about your engagement?
Engagement?
With Cass Worthing.
Oh, that.
You said you'd promised.
Well, I did. It was the only way I knew how to get rid of him. You know, Cass is a little difficult at times.
Well, why don't you keep your engagement?
Well, I told you I never meant to.
Well, this is nothing then but an exercise in diplomacy?
That's all.
You don't suspect any other motive?
What do you mean?
I mean you're still in love with him.
I'm not.
You are. If you weren't, you wouldn't bother trying to let me down easy.
Rod, what are you trying to do? You're making something out of nothing. I treated the whole thing as a joke because it was the only way I knew I could show him how little he meant to me.
I appreciate your trying to spare my feelings. Well, you needn't. Perhaps I'm less sensitive than you think.
Rod, why do you torture yourself?
I don't see it as self-torture. At the moment, it's a rather righteous indignation.
Righteous?
In spite of your pleas of innocence, the facts seem to disprove you. You were in love with him once and he threw you down. Your kindly treatment at this time seems a bit unwarranted. Perhaps I should disregard what I see. Perhaps I should pass it off as meaningless, trivial. Well, I can't do it.
You can't do it. You can't do it because you can't see anything except from your own limited viewpoint.
I told you I was a failure a long time ago.
And I told you about Cass Worthing.
And you admit you're still in love with him.
I admit nothing. Now, why do you twist my words? Am I on trial?
Our marriage is on trial. Everything we were to be to each other is on trial. I remember hoping that you'd give me your love.
You mean I haven't?
I mean you haven't.
Do you believe that? Do you really believe that?
I do.
All right, then. What have you done to deserve it? Just what have you done to deserve it? It takes faith to earn love, and you've no more faith in me than you have in yourself. You take everything out in talk. If you had any backbone, when Cass said what he did, you laid him out yourself.
Well, you see, I'm cold. I'm heartless. I'm not the emotional type like Manny or yourself. I don't lay people out. I don't think it solves any problems.
Oh, I'm sick and tired of hearing about your problems. What are you, anyway? What do you stand for? It's like living with a hypochondriac telling you about his ailments all the time. The truth is, you're ineffectual, and you take it out on me because I'm not.
Of course I'm ineffectual. I'm lacking in all the combative instincts. I told you that from the first. But Cass Worthing meets your requirements, doesn't he? Why don't you go to him?
Rod, if you say that again, I will.
Go on, why don't you? He's waiting.
Do you mean that?
I never meant anything so much in my life.
You'll let me go?
I urge you.
Very well. I will. And that will be that.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Pausing between the scenes of brief moment, our trip to backstage Hollywood finds us face to face with Jimmy Starr, the Hollywood columnist for the Los Angeles Herald-Express and other papers. Last fall, Jimmy introduced the novelty of telling film news on this program by means of sound effects. And tonight he has some really unique data on Hollywood. In one fell swoop, he's uncovered the eccentricities of the stars as revealed at the Motor Registration Bureau, where all Hollywood went to secure its automobile license plates for 1938.
That's right, Mr. DeMille.
Now about these findings, Jimmy. I presume you consulted Mr. R.C. Brewer, manager of the Hollywood office of the Department of Motor Vehicles, whose collection of signatures on registration cards is the envy of every autograph hunter.
I did, and it is. After looking at the card signed by Joan Crawford, I learned she wanted to have the letter C on her license plates surrounded by sevens. Jack Oakey wants number 54, because 54 is the number of films in which he's appeared. Cary Grant wants his street address on his license plate so that it reads backwards or from left to right.
Possibly so he can send the car home by itself.
Car owners frequently return plates for exchange if they find the numbers add up to 13. On the other hand, there's Lily Pons, who really wants 13. And George Burns wanted a number under 3 for Gracie Allen.
So she wouldn't strain our memory, eh? Tell me, have you any new news sound effects for us?
Yes, I have. See if you can figure this one out.
I give up.
Well, that's Bing Crosby's new baby getting his first crooning lesson. Now this.
Sounds like a limb breaking from a tree.
You're getting hot. It's really Charlie McCarthy taking a wrestling lesson. See if you can interpret this one.
That's your version of an exciting newsreel condensed into 5 seconds.
Oh, no. That's just a certain wardrobe director in town sending forth his troop of errand boys.
So why all the confusion? You'll give people the wrong idea.
Well, that wardrobe director's in a spot. He really has 200 costumes to freshen up for the next day's shooting, and gosh...
Go on.
And he's all out of Lux Flakes.
Oh, that's different.
And so are Lux Flakes different, Mr. DeMille. If the opinions of the leading studios in Hollywood mean anything, and believe me, they do, Lux is tops all over town.
Proceed, Mr. Starr. Any more?
Yes, here's another.
That's a strange sound for California, but I've got it. A radiator letting off steam.
Another 0. That's Ben Burney saying hello to Walter Winchell.
Well, from now on, you'd better tell your news in English, if you have any left.
Of course. Here are 4 snappy snoops. Filmed in Flash number 1. D.W. Griffith, who has announced plans of remaking his greatest film, The Birth of a Nation. But there's a big hitch in the idea. No one can find an original script of the opus, and that's causing a long delay. Number 2. A new all-time record for climbing walls took place at the Warner Brothers studio when a bull became infuriated on the Cowboy from Brooklyn set, broke loose and proceeded to scatter stars and crew in all directions. Dick Powell, Pat O'Brien, Dick Ferran broke all speed records, it is claimed. Director Lloyd Bacon's flaming shirt was the cause of the bull's sudden outburst. Item number 3. For several weeks, Betty Davis has been awaiting some of California's unusual weather. In fact, Betty wanted a heavy downpour of rain. The small cloudburst arrived last Friday. Betty called the moving vans, moved into her new home at the height of the rainstorm. Sounds a bit peculiar, but Betty believes that the rain brings her luck. She got her first stage engagement, her first break at Universal, and met her husband, Harmon O. Nelson, each during a rainstorm. News note number 4. Shirley Temple's new musical, Little Miss Broadway, was delayed this morning while the tiny star, with tears streaming down her cheeks, conducted a burial service over 6 of her pet bunny rabbits, drowned in a rainstorm last night. But true to the tradition of the theater, the show must go on. Shirley dried her tears and with a heavy heart returned to work this afternoon. As a climax, I'd like to tell one last item about the auto licenses. A certain star, I'd rather not mention his name, returned his plates, stating that he couldn't use them on his car. When questioned, he stated that he believed in astrology and that the numbers on his plates didn't vibrate properly. He was asked what kind of a car he drove, and he replied that it was a 1929 model of a popular make. That ought to vibrate enough for you, replied the attendant. And I think I've vibrated enough myself. So long, Mr. DeMille.
Star's right. We've other stars to hear tonight, so thank you, Jimmy. Back to our play, Brief Moment, with Ginger Rogers, Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., and our all-star cast. It's the following day. In a hotel dining room, Abby is having lunch with Manny Walsh, telling him of her quarrel with Rod. She pauses for a moment, biting her lip.
Well, go on.
So I left him, Manny. I had to after that. For my own self-respect, I had to. And then I I called you.
Oh, you shouldn't have done it, Abby. You shouldn't have walked out on him.
But he told me to.
Sure he did, because he couldn't see straight. He was too sore.
I don't believe that. Well, why didn't he get sore when Cass said what he did?
I don't know. Maybe he was. You can't tell, Abby. Some guys are just, well, they're built that way, that's all.
No, he just doesn't care, Manny. I don't seem to have much luck, do I? I'm practically left at the church by someone I think I love. And the man I know I love, well...
You ought to call him.
Oh, I can't, Manny. I can't. He's got to call me.
And if he don't?
I don't know, Manny. I don't know.
Would you mind telling me why?
Why what?
Why all the plans for departure? From the looks of the place I came in, I should say that you were leaving shortly.
I am. Practically all packed.
Where are you going?
Europe.
Oh, that's nice. Very broadening, they tell me. Why?
Would you like 3 guesses, Sig?
Couldn't have anything to do with Abby, I suppose. I hear that she's going to marry Cass Worthing.
You know all the gossip, don't you?
I read the columns. They've been carrying it for the last 3 weeks. I still don't see how your going to Europe solves anything.
If I told you why, you'd probably think I was crazy.
How do you know I don't think so, anyway?
Sig, I'm going to make an experiment.
What, again?
Yes, again.
Well?
I figured it all out the last 2 weeks. I'm sick of life. Heartily sick of it. Because it isn't my life at all. It's a carbon copy of hundreds of other parasitic lives around me. I want to discover my place in the world.
How are you going to do it?
Well, as a necessary first step, a stimulus to future endeavor, I've given up all my money.
You've done what?
I've left myself barely enough to live on. Not too comfortable at that.
Who did you give the money to?
Well, that was amusing. Having decided to give away this considerable fortune, I found that I wasn't equipped even to be generous. I finally had to give it to a group of specialists who'll decide what to do with it. It was my first contact with the contemporary world.
A group of specialists? Well.
I expect people will say I'm eccentric.
To put it mildly, yes. And now what?
Now I'm free. Maybe I've been wrong, Sig. Maybe you've got to fight for things in order to appreciate them. Well, now I can. And maybe the joy isn't in having at all. Maybe it's just in the fighting. I'm going to find out.
I assume that you've chosen a starting point.
Yes, I have.
Just a minute.
Hello, Worthing.
Well, Dean, what do you want here?
Worthing, a few weeks ago you said something I didn't like. I want you to tell me now it was a lie.
Do you? Well, I'm afraid I can't.
Then I'm sorry for you.
Oh.
Hello, Sig.
Yeah?
This is Abby.
Oh, hello.
Have you seen the papers, Sig?
Yes?
Did he really do it? Did Rod really do it?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I can hardly believe it. It doesn't sound like him at all.
Oh, he's changed. You wouldn't know him.
Who is it? Shh. Who is it?
Reporter. Hello?
Oh, Sig, I want to see you.
What for?
Oh, I don't know. I just want to talk to you.
When?
Anytime. Maybe tonight at dinner.
Very well.
At 7, the Plaza Circle.
Very well. Goodbye.
Bye.
Who was that?
I told you, reporters. They've been trying to get you at your place, so no answer, so they called here. They wanted your picture.
You should have given it to them.
Do you mean to tell me that you're proud of your ruffian tactics?
I guess I am a little. If any bird ever deserved it, he was it.
Rod.
What?
You have become a muscle man. You ought to have someone to look after you now.
Thanks.
No telling what a little success in that line can do to a person.
I'll look after myself for a while.
When are you sailing?
9 o'clock.
You're absolutely set on it?
Yes.
What about dinner tonight? A sort of farewell party, just you and I.
If you want.
Good. Shall we say the Plaza Circle at 7?
This way, monsieur. A table for 3, you said?
That's right, Pierre.
3? Sig, what's the idea?
Oh, here we all are. Good evening, Abby.
Oh, Sig, why did you do it?
If you'll excuse me, my children, I've got a very important telephone to make. Can I leave you alone for a minute?
I suppose you'll know this isn't my idea.
I hope you don't think it was mine.
I'm glad in a way. I probably would have called you this evening.
Really?
I just wanted to thank you. You've changed me, Abby.
Yes, I read something about it in the papers.
Oh, it's deeper than that. I'm a new man, Abby, free of the past, free for the future. I've given up all my money. I suppose you've heard that.
No, I hadn't. Does it matter?
Well, it does to me. I've a new outlook on things, a brand new perspective. I'm not even sorry that things turned out as they did. We've never been happy together, not really. Because I was trying to draw strength from you, Abby, and you can't do that. It's got to come from inside. Well, I think I have that strength now. I think I can be happy. And I'm so grateful to you, Abby. I hope that you'll be happy, too. Is it funny?
Yes, very. When I first heard of your going to Cass's place, I thought there was a reason behind it. I thought maybe you wanted to prove to me that you did think enough of me to defend my name. Now I find out you did it all for your own amusement. To prove to yourself that you were really a man.
I had to. The night we parted, you said things to me. You said, weakling, hypochondriac, ineffectual. Those things rang in my ears. I'll never forget what you said to me that night.
And I'll never forget what you said to me that night. You weren't interested. You sent me to Cass.
And you went, didn't you? You went.
No, I didn't. You told me to go, but I didn't.
What?
No, not to Cass. I went to a hotel. Manny knew where. I told him not to tell you until you asked for me. And I waited for you to call a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You didn't call. I said, this isn't control. This is anemia. Oh, Rod, don't you see? I can't spend the rest
Oh,
of
Abby. Oh, what a fool I was. What a fool I am. What a jealous, overbearing fool. Oh, forgive me, Abby.
You say you've changed. All right, then. Do you have faith in me now? Do you believe me when I tell you that you've always had my love? That you've had it ever since we were married? That I never did love Cass Worthing? That I haven't even thought of him? Have you that faith?
Yes, Abby. I do believe you. And deep down, I suppose I always have believed you. I'm sorry. And I love you, Abby. I love you.
Oh, Rod.
Hello, I'm not in the way, am I?
Oh, Sig. Do you know what's just happened?
I think I can guess. You better hurry, Rod. The boat sails in about 10 minutes.
The boat? What boat?
Rod's going to Europe, Abby. Best thing in the world for him. I tried to talk him out of it, but I can see that he's right.
I saw it as a chance to fight alone, Abby, away from everything.
And everybody?
Oh, not everybody. I'm going with him.
What?
I just bought a ticket. Come along, we'll be late.
Wait, Abby. Abby, if only you'd be able...
No, you'd better go, Rod. Maybe it is the best thing. If it's going to be good for you, I want you to take it. Goodbye, Rod.
Oh, of course it's the best way. Somebody's got to take care of him.
Will you please shut up?
What?
Stop trying to order my life for me. I know what I'm doing.
You mean you're not going to Europe?
I am going to Europe, and Abby's going with me.
Oh, Rod, I love you.
Give me that ticket you bought for yourself.
No, look here.
Come on, give it to me.
I was looking forward to this trip. Now get away from me.
We'll write you about it.
I've got it, Abby. Come on.
You can't do this to me. That's my ticket.
Oh, it's mine now, Sig. Goodbye, Cupid.
It's robbery.
So long, Sig.
You can't do this to me. To me, your very best friend. You ought to be ashamed. Pierre.
Dinner for 3, sir?
No, just one.
Oh.
Oh, Pierre.
Eh?
You know, I thought just now for a moment that I was stuck with a ticket for Europe.
Our brief moment is gone. Melville Ruick has something to say on behalf of our sponsors, and then Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. will take a curtain call. Mr. Ruick.
Here it is, a fact that may amaze even those who are experts on the subject, the housewives of our audience. It is estimated that the average woman who keeps house for her family spends 546 hours a year washing dishes. That's nearly 23 entire days of 24 hours each, or more than 3 solid weeks without a second off duty. Imagine what all those hours can do to your hands if you slip into the mistake of doing dishes with ordinary harsh soaps. You wouldn't wash your hands with a laundry soap, yet that takes but a minute, while your hands are in the dishpan for hours. Why not guard their beauty while you're doing the dishes? Simply use Lux Flakes. Lux doesn't dry out the oils of the skin, doesn't leave your hands with that rough, sandpapery feeling, that red dishpan look. It keeps them white and lovely. It's inexpensive, too. Buy the economical big box. For beauty's sake, always wash your dishes with Lux Flakes. Now, Mr. DeMille.
And now the pair who made a very happy hour of a brief moment, Miss Rogers and Mr. Fairbanks. It's the customary thing when a play is over to retire to some inviting rendezvous for a cup of tea and a dance or two. Suppose, Miss Rogers, we put down our tea and kick the Big Apple around?
It's splendid, but I couldn't think of making Mr. Fairbanks a wallflower.
Oh, Miss Rogers, let me assure you that the sight of Mr. DeMille doing the Big Apple will be well worth the price of solitude.
Fighting words, Mr. Fairbanks, fighting words. I'll have you know that...
Please, gentlemen. Why, the last time you were here, Doc, I heard Mr. DeMille say that he's known you and watched you ever since you were a little blossoming sprig on the Fairbanks family tree.
Yeah.
I'll have no part in anything that might shatter such a long friendship.
What'll we do, sit down, hold hands?
Seance, eh? Well, Miss Rogers, may I have this chance?
Keep that up, Mr. F., and we will be calling for spirits of ammonia.
I'll be calling for my car.
Where are you going, Mr. DeMille?
Paradise.
Oh.
Hey, what goes on here in here? You both are talking like a couple of fugitives from a heavenly choir.
Paradise is the name of Mr. DeMille's ranch. If you keep quiet, he's liable to invite us there.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah. Well, it sounds like the chorus from the last roundup to me.
You won't be lonesome up there, will you, Mr. DeMille?
No, I have the peacocks and the deer.
Well, I play the piano a bit. I know a few stories, and I'm a pretty good listener.
Well, the peacocks and the deer are very nice.
Wait a moment. I'll invite you both to my house instead. Douglas and I will have tea, and for you, Mr. DeMille, well, for you, we'll have a nice bowl of Lux Flakes.
Don't forget the cream ginger. They're really delicious.
And every time you open your mouth to speak, there won't be words, there'll just be bubbles.
Like Dopey and Snow White.
And he's doing all right for himself, too.
You know, gentlemen, we certainly can talk without saying anything.
Ain't it the truth?
If there's something really important on your mind, Ginger, why, just speak right up. Say it.
Well, here it is. I want you to know, Mr. DeMille, that I've had a grand time here tonight, and I hope we'll all meet again soon in front of this very same microphone. Good night.
Good night, CB, and mind your P's and Susie Q's.
Oh.
Thank you, Miss Rogers and Mr. Fairbanks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Before Mr. DeMille tells you of next week's gala program, may I say our stars tonight were assisted by Grace Kern as Gertie, Inez Seabury as Mabel, David Kerman as Frank, Mary Smith as a sales lady, James Eagles as chef, Lou Merrill as irate customer, and Frank Nelson as gossip columnist. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for the new film in Old Chicago. For the same studio, Nigel Bruce has recently made the picture The Baroness and the Butler. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Those who enjoy a simple yet finely woven drama of honest sentiment will welcome the Lux Radio Theater adaptation next Monday night of one of the most touching love stories ever told, Romance by Edward Sheldon. Thousands of people crowded the theater week after week to see it as a play with Doris Keane and William Courtney. It played over 1,000 performances in London, and no less brilliant was its record on the screen. We celebrate its presentation on the radio by bringing you two of your favorite performers, two of Hollywood's most famous stars, Miss Madeline Carroll and Mr. Herbert Marshall. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Herbert Marshall and Madeline Carroll in Romance. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Ginger Rogers, Rosalind Russell, and Adolphe Menjou in Stage Door.
Lux presents Hollywood. This is a drama of Broadway, of the tears and joys, the struggles and romance of a group of girls battling for recognition behind the footlights. Starring our Ginger Rogers, Adolphe Menjou, and Rosalind Russell, and with Eve Arden. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers, and between the acts, you'll hear one of Broadway's famous characters, George Pierce, stage doorman of the Empire Theater. Before introducing our producer, a word about the product bringing you this hour of entertainment. Out here in Hollywood, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. They use it regularly, in their studio dressing rooms and at home, too. When a screen star whose complexion is priceless uses an inexpensive soap like Lux toilet soap, you can be sure there's a reason, and here it is. Lux toilet soap is skillfully made of the finest possible ingredients. More important, Lux toilet soap has active lather that offers you protection against careless cleansing. Let Hollywood's beauty soap be your beauty soap and help you protect the priceless loveliness of your complexion. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. It's about 25 years ago that a church worker making a sick call on a young actress living in the theatrical district of New York City noticed a pistol on the dresser. When the girl told her the neighborhood was so tough that she needed the weapon for protection, her visitor determined to do something about it. From that determination came a theatrical club, 2 brownstone buildings in the West 50s, the real-life background of our play, the home of hopeful young actresses who find New York a hard and lonely city. Here Edna Ferber got her inspiration and, collaborating with George S. Kaufman, gave Broadway the resounding hit Stage Door. When RKO brought Stage Door to the screen, it rediscovered one of its own stars, Ginger Rogers. Her nimble feet and appealing voice had carried her to fame in musical romances. Then came the part of Jean Maitland, which established her as one of our best dramatic actresses, and which she repeats tonight. She co-stars on the screen shortly with Fred Astaire in The Story of Vernon and Irene Castle. Also from the original film cast comes that master of sophisticated charm, Mr. Adolphe Menjou, in the part of the theatrical producer, Anthony Powell. Mr. Menjou starred soon in the United Artists release, King of the Turf. Making her first appearance at our microphone is Miss Rosalind Russell, a Connecticut girl who came to Hollywood by way of stock companies and Broadway. Following her success in The Citadel, her new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture is Fast and Loose, co-starring Robert Montgomery. And she's heard tonight in the part of Terry Randall. Eve Arden plays Linda Shaw. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents Ginger Rogers, Rosalind Russell, and Adolphe Menjou in Stage Door. Broadway is a mighty stream, sparkling, swift, and unfathomable, rushing on mercilessly, swollen with an overflow of talent from all the other little Broadways, the main streets of America. But along the course of every roaring torrent, there are backwaters, pools, and eddies where the driftwood collects. Such a backwater is the Footlights Club, a girls' theatrical boarding house just off Broadway, just around the corner from fame. In the old-fashioned living room of the club, the girls are gathered just before dinner. The air's thick with talk, shop talk, and women's talk. On the overstuffed sofa sits Jean Maitland. Jean is a dancer when she works, but she's been at liberty for the last 6 months. She polishes her nails calmly, ignoring the conversation that flies about her.
Lamb stew for dinner. I'll bet it's awful. Well, it couldn't be any worse than it was last night.
Yeah, no better than tomorrow night.
Can anybody lend me a lipstick?
How was the matinee, Susan?
Very intimate. We had 100 people on the stage and 50 in the audience.
Well, at least you had them outnumbered.
5 weeks rehearsal and 2 weeks pay.
What's the matter? The show closing?
I'm like a tired clam.
Oh, that's awful. Jean, did you hear that? Susan's show is folding.
Yeah, and if any more fold, we can all move right into the storehouse with the scenery.
Good evening, Hag.
Oh, there you are, Miss Shaw.
Were you speaking to me, Miss Maitland? I'm just on my way out.
Come on, take them off.
What?
You heard what I said. Take off my stockings.
What stockings?
If you don't take them off, I will, and I'll take some of the hide right off with them. From now on, you can wear your own stockings or go bare-legged.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so, stretching my size 8 over your big clodhopper 12.
Girls, what's the trouble?
This hoyden accused me of stealing my own stockings.
She swiped her last pair of stockings from me.
Jean, Linda, how do you expect me to run a respectable boarding house?
Well, you're doing the best you can with the people you've got.
Jean?
Oh, Linda, Mr. Powell's car is here.
Oh, well, tell the chauffeur I'll be right there.
Well, Mr. Powell's car is here. Mr. Powell, the great producer, isn't here. Just his car.
Well, if you were more considerate of your elders, maybe Mr. Powell would send his car for you someday.
I can hardly wait.
Of course, he'd probably take one look at you and send you right back again, but then you have to expect that.
Well, you should know.
Well, good night, everyone. While you're sitting here digesting your lamb stew, you might be thinking of me dining on pheasant bordelaise.
Bordelaise, no less. Woo, girls, listen, bordelaise.
Well, maybe it's casserole. I'm not quite certain.
Well, be sure not to eat the bones and give yourself away.
I'd say that bout was a draw, Jean.
Break it up, girls. That's the end of round 1.
Girls, what's that knocking?
It might be mice.
Why, it's someone at the side door.
Say, how do you get in here? If you really want to get in, you might blast.
Oh, don't, Jean. It looks like a customer. Go around to the other door, please.
What's the matter with her? Can't she read? The mice are still with us.
This way. Come right in.
Thanks. Good evening.
Greetings.
How many doors are there to this place?
Well, there's the trap door, the humidor, and the cuspidor. How many doors would you like?
I only asked a civil question. I'd like to see someone about accommodations, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. Miss Orcott's the keeper on duty.
Yes, I'm the one you see. You mustn't mind Jean.
Evidently, Jean's a very amusing person.
Boo! If you young ladies will pardon me, I shall take the wolfhounds for a stroll through the park.
This is a theatrical boarding house, isn't it?
It's considered one of the finest. Now, let me see what I have available.
I'd like a room with a private bath. Well, is there anything so strange in that request?
Oh, you mustn't mind the girls. They're just full of fun. We're just a great, big, happy family.
Oh, yeah. How expensive are your rooms?
$13 if you share a room. In advance. That includes breakfast and dinner, but not luncheon.
You mean meals are included for that money?
Yes, indeed. And I must say we have a very fine kitchen. Girl?
What should I do about my baggage? I'm expecting a few trunks.
Well, I'll have them taken care of, Miss...
Randall. Terry Randall.
Miss Randall. Now, let me see. I have only one vacancy. You'll have to share a room with Jean.
Jean? You mean the girl who made all those...
I'm sure you'll like the room. It's very bright. Come this way, Miss Randall. This way.
One trunk, 2 trunks, 3 trunks. When does your baggage get here, Miss Randall?
I'm expecting the bulk of it in the morning.
We could leave the trunks here and sleep in the hall. There's no use crowding the trunks.
Yes. I don't know what we're going to do when the wolfhounds arrive. I hope you don't mind animals.
No, not at all. I've roomed with a great many of them before.
Yes, I can see that.
Do you mind if I ask a personal question?
Another one?
Are these trunks full of bodies?
Just those 2. But I don't intend to unpack them.
I was just thinking if the room got too crowded, we could live in the trunks.
Now, that's a good idea. You don't mind helping me unpack, do you? Oh, I beg your pardon, you're not the maid, are you?
Oh, it's quite all right.
And may I put this picture here?
Why not? May help scare the moths away. An old friend of the family?
It happens to be my grandfather.
Grandfather? Well, there is quite a resemblance, especially around the whiskers.
Now, that's a fairly intelligent observation for you.
Judging from your wardrobe, I'd say he was a fairly generous old guy, as grandfathers go.
He always treated me very well.
I suppose if you'd had your choice, you'd have picked a much younger grandfather.
I see that in addition to your other charms, you have the insolence generated by an inferior upbringing.
Oh, fancy clothes, fancy language, and everything. Do you mind if I hang your dress here, on the floor? Temporarily, of course. I must take my bath.
That should help.
And remember, half the wardrobe is yours, and if anything of mine should get in the way, why, just toss it out the window. Hey, who's in the bath?
It's me, honey, Mary Lou.
Well, hurry up. That
It's still a community tub, you know.
I'll hurry.
Hello, Kay. Kay.
Oh.
Hey, what's the matter, Kay? Don't you say hello to me anymore?
Hello, Jean. I didn't see you. I just got in. I'm tired.
Well, you certainly must have heard me.
Oh, don't pay any attention to me. My mind's been wandering lately.
What's the matter, Kay?
Oh, it's just one of those days. Let's sit down and have a good cry.
All right. Cry on my shoulder. I'm going to take a bath anyhow. What's wrong?
No casting today. If you'll leave your name and number, we'll get in touch with you. Mr. Powell is not seeing anyone until the end of the week. Last week, the week before, and the week before that. Somewhere, somehow, I had the idea that I was a pretty good actress.
Come on, shake out of it. Who got all those rave notices a year ago?
That was a year ago.
Ooh, you do sound gloomy.
I don't know why I'm hanging on. There's nothing else I can do, and nobody I can go back to. Except somebody I'll never go back to.
Listen, you don't have to go back to anybody. Well, you're the only good actress in this club. Something's bound to come your way.
I hope so.
Oh, now, look, Kay. I don't want to butt into your private affairs, but if it's a matter of a few bucks...
Oh, Jean, I've got to get that part in Enchanted April. It's me. It's my life. No one else can play that part. It belongs to me. I've got to get it. It just can't be otherwise. I've got to. I've just got
Honey,
to.
all right. Now, come on, snap out of it. Honey, there's somebody coming. Now, go on into your room, and I'll see you later. Go on, baby.
Jean! Hey, Jean!
What do you want?
Jean, do you want a date?
Some more of those lumbermen of yours?
Well, yeah, but...
The last couple we went stepping with were made of lumber, especially their feet.
All right, don't. But it's not too late for dinner, and they haven't had theirs yet.
Wait a minute. Did you say dinner?
Yeah.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so before you spoke? Hey, Mary Lou, get out of that tub. What do you think you are, a trained seal?
Oh, 9 o'clock and all's quiet.
Too darn quiet for me.
Hey, where's Jean? Out with the lumbering lumberman.
Oh, Miss Randall.
Yes?
I thought we ought to get acquainted. I'm one of the girls here, too.
Oh.
Anne Luther is my name. Are you of the theater?
Not yet, but I hope to be.
With the proper coaching, you need not despair. In fact, if I don't find a play worthy of my talents, I may do a little coaching myself.
Really?
I can't tell you how interesting I found your discussion of Twelfth Night at the dinner table.
Thank you. I don't think the rest of the inmates shared your enthusiasm.
Hang on to your chairs, girls. We're in for more Shakespeare.
Is it against the rules of the Footlights Club to discuss the classics? The trouble with you girls is you're all comics. Don't you ever take anything seriously?
After you've sat around for a year trying to get a job, you won't take anything seriously either.
You just have to sit around and do nothing about it? You think you're facing difficulties. Why, what do you think of the men who crossed the Rockies? Did any of them crash a manager's office? No, but if they wanted to, I'm sure they could have done it. And I'll bet I can, too.
Maybe she can get through the door with vanishing cream.
Maybe I can.
Did you say you'd bet, Miss Randall?
I meant it figuratively.
I'd rather have a lunch.
All right. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll take a lunch. You'll crash a manager's office? How long?
Give her a week. A week is enough. Name your manager.
Anthony Powell.
Powell? The Anthony Powell?
Why not?
All right. Why not? Hello.
Hello. How are all your folks?
What happened to you? You're limping.
Am I? Did you ever dance with one of those lumberman Romeos?
Maybe. I don't remember.
Well, if you did, you'd remember it all right.
Well, why do you go out with them?
Oh, Bite, why do I? They not only step all over you, but they bore you to death. Why am I telling you all this?
Why not? We're going to share the same room. Why not share our troubles?
We started off on the wrong foot. Let's stay that way.
Oh, don't you ever stop quarreling.
What's the matter? Can't you take it?
I can take it if you want it that way.
Sure, why not? Oh, well, I hope you like your bed. It's the worst of the two.
Thanks. May I ask a humble question?
If you ask it in English.
You're probably wondering why I'm living here.
Maybe I am. Why
don't you sell some of those fancy clothes you've got and live in a decent place?
Isn't this a decent place? Besides, I've always wanted to be in an atmosphere like this.
Sister, you haven't seen atmosphere. Wait until about 6 in the morning when those garbage trucks start around. Say, am I getting good or are you getting weak?
It struck me funny.
What did?
The idea of having a garbage truck for an alarm clock.
No, it's not funny to me. If I had your wardrobe, I'd scram out of here plenty fast and leave you here with your atmosphere.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. You bark a lot, but you don't bite. You wouldn't sell out for a wardrobe.
It's all right for you to talk. You've got yours, and Linda isn't doing so bad either.
Linda? Oh, she's the other girl you fight with, eh?
One of them. Well, you two probably have the right idea. I don't know.
What idea is that?
Stop kidding.
Oh, you mean having a grandfather, eh?
I'll call him anything you like.
If I had it to do all over again, I assure you I wouldn't have had a grandfather. Perhaps if I came in here today with a hungry look in my eyes and a straw suitcase, you'd think I was all right, huh? But a wardrobe won't help you to act. And 3 meals a day, of course, well, it's just a bad habit. However, that's hardly a reason for the girls to dislike me. Jean? Jean, are you listening?
Write it down on a piece of paper. I'll read it in the morning.
In a few moments, the curtain will rise on the second act of Stage Door, starring Ginger Rogers, Rosalind Russell, and Adolphe Manjou. And now, during our intermission, let us listen in on Bill and Betty. They're going to be married in June, and now...
Good night, Bill. You really must go now.
Oh, gosh, Betty, not just yet. Oh, it's wonderful to hold you close. You're awful nice to look at, you know.
Oh, but, Bill, you must go.
All right, I suppose I must. But, gee, darling, I could look at you like this forever.
Betty's one of those clever girls who uses Lux toilet soap regularly and has skin that passes the love test. When a man's in love, his eyes look close and searchingly. Only skin that's soft and smooth can pass the test. If you have won romance and want to hold it, take the Screen Star's advice. They tell you it's foolish to risk cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores. Use cosmetics all you like. Lux Toilet Soap's active lather removes stale cosmetics thoroughly, guards against choked pores. We use this nice white soap regularly. Have you discovered what this soap, 9 out of 10 Screen Stars, can do for your skin? Here's Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Stage Door, starring Ginger Rogers, Adolphe Manjou, and Rosalind Russell. Almost a week has gone by. Terry Randall, unable to make friends with the girls at the Footlights Club, pursues the uncertain path to fame alone. Jean Maitland, still out of a job, practices daily at Alex Karofsky's dancing school. With her partner Anne, she's working out a routine in a corner of the room, when through the door comes the famous producer, Linda's friend, Anthony Powell.
Well, Mr. Powell. How are you, Mr. Powell?
I'm fine, Alex. How's the new school?
Oh, fine. You thinking of putting on a musical?
No, I very likely won't produce anything this year, unless I can find an angel. Say, who's the little blonde over there?
Oh, just one of the kids. You want to meet her?
Never mind. I'll introduce myself.
Hey, Jean, look who's giving us the once-over. Who is it? Nobody but Anthony Powell.
So that's Linda's soulmate. Who's he staring at?
I don't know, but I hope it's me.
You can have him.
Morning. Are you girls rehearsing for the musical?
No, we're just getting over the DTs.
That's a nice routine you kids have got there.
I hear yours isn't so bad either. See you in the dressing room, Anne.
What's the matter with your girlfriend?
Oh, she's just nervous. Meeting such a great man, you know.
Do you two girls expect to go on the stage?
Oh, well, we're just hoofing around, waiting for someone to discover us.
Well, you're discovered.
But I didn't mean it that way. You see, we thought maybe, we might get into a nightclub like the Grotto.
The Grotto?
Yeah, someplace like that. Well, excuse me, I guess you're getting me nervous, too. Excuse me, goodbye.
Nice little routine those kids have, Mr. Powell.
Yes. Say, Alex. Call up Gordon at the Club Grotto. Tell him I said to give the kids a job.
The Grotto? Swell.
Gee, Jean, that wasn't so bad.
Oh, it wasn't so good either. Did you see who was sitting out there?
Sure.
Our friend, Miss Linda Shaw. And her friend, Mr. Powell.
Well, what of it? I heard tonight that Paul owns half interest in this club.
Oh, you know, it did strike me kind of funny, our getting a job here all of a sudden.
Nah, don't be a dope. Say, if he ever smiled at me the way he did at you tonight, I'd do a 3-point collapse.
Hello. May I come in?
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Powell?
I thought you girls were very good tonight.
Thank you. We thought so, too.
Don't pay any attention to her, Mr. Powell. She's slightly balmy. Well, excuse me, Mr. Powell.
You don't like me, do you?
How could I help liking a man who takes his mother out to a nightclub? That was your mother you were sitting with.
No. No, that was my girlfriend's mother. Now, my ideal